President of the Republic, President Halonen, President Niinistö, Speaker of the Parliament, Chairperson-in-Office Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ministers, Secretaries General, Excellencies, distinguished guests both here in Finlandia Hall and those watching this through our live streaming service. Once more, welcome to the Helsinki+50 conference, Respecting the Legacy, Preparing for the Future. It is a great pleasure for us to have you all here. We are more than 1,000 people here at Finlandia Hall from approximately 70 different countries, plus our online audience. Majority of us here today represent the civil society. My name is Mikko Koivumaa. I'm the Director General of Communications at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies today. Once more, welcome.
Respect
A warm thank you to the choir Mieskuuro Huutajat, which in Finnish means, unsurprisingly, the screaming men's choir. And now that we have your undivided attention, it is time to move on with the program. As we are marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, signed in this very hall in 1975, one of the aims of this conference is to send a loud and clear message about the full respect of the principles of the Helsinki Final Act. I guess we can say, consider it done. Without further ado, I welcome to the stage the OSCE Chairperson-in-Office, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland, Ms. Elina Valtonen, to give her opening remarks as the host of this conference. Minister, the floor is yours.
It's difficult to make an impression after this performance. Excellencies, dear participants, 50 years ago, something exceptional happened in Helsinki. In a Europe divided by ideological confrontation, the leaders of 35 countries from East and West gathered in this room to sign the Helsinki Final Act. This landmark document laid down 10 principles committing us all to respect the inviolability of borders, to resolve disputes peacefully, and to guarantee fundamental human rights to our citizens. What made this achievement groundbreaking was the recognition that security is not merely a matter between states. It is inseparable from the rights of individuals. The Final Act redefines security, expanding it beyond military considerations to encompass human rights, economic cooperation, and environmental protection. As Minister Jaakko Iloniemi, who led the CSE efforts on the Finnish side 50 years ago, and is here today, said, the goal was simply to open a small crack in the Iron Curtain. Yet the small crack became an opening, making room for a movement that helped reshape our continent. The Helsinki Final Act is a classic example of how contemporary judgment can be overtaken by events. In many respects, the true significance of the CSCE was only revealed with delay, and many of the originally critical voices have later changed their mind. A prime example was the US Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, who in the 1970s deemed the human rights basket of the Helsinki Final Act meaningless, famously stating, "They can write it in Swahili for all I care." He later acknowledged that it had in fact represented a turning point and started the eventual erosion of Soviet rule. At the heart of this transformation was civil society. Movements like Solidarity in Poland, Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, Initiative for Peace and Human Rights in East Germany, and the Baltic Way showed us that the courage of ordinary citizens can shake even the mightiest empires. These brave individuals held their governments accountable using the words those regimes had endorsed in the Helsinki Final Act. One such voice was Lyudmila Alexeva, an exiled founding member of the Moscow-Helsinki group. In October 1985, she testified before the US Congress. For victims of human rights abuses in the Eastern Bloc, Helsinki remains the main source of hope and a rallying point in their struggle for freedom and peace. Just 4 years after she spoke these words, the Berlin Wall fell. This is the power of the Helsinki Final Act, not only in the signatures of heads of states, but in the hands and hearts of those who dare to believe that principles matter and that freedom is a right for everyone, not a privilege for a few. The legacy of the Helsinki Final Act lives in the landmark commitments of the 1990 Charter of Paris for a New Europe, the 1999 Istanbul Charter for European Security, and the 2010 Astana Commemorative Declaration. From this legacy emerged also the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, dedicated to turning these principles and commitments into reality. This year, Finland is honored to chair the OSCE. In 2021, President Sauli Niinistö, also with us here today, proposed marking this anniversary with the summit in the spirit of Helsinki, to promote genuine dialogue on security, human rights, and global challenges such as climate change. In February 2022, just months after Finland was confirmed as chair for 25, the possibilities for such a summit were shattered by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression violates every principle we are committed to, such as the respect for borders, sovereignty, and the renunciation of violence. Let me be clear, while the spirit of Helsinki has been challenged, the Helsinki principles remain unbroken. Across the OSCE region, we see the power of the Helsinki principles through the people. The brave Ukrainians have since 22 fought valiantly for their independence, but just as much for our values: democracy, the rule of law, freedom, and fundamental rights. The Ukrainians' fierce will to defend their country is a testament to their determination to live in liberty. From every corner of the OSCE region, people are united by a desire for peace, security, and freedom. This aspiration is not bound by time, place, or context, it's universal. In many countries, Russia's war of aggression has reawakened people's determination to work for a future rooted in democracy and a genuine independence from undue external influence. Ladies and gentlemen, anniversaries are moments for reflection, but also for renewal. In this spirit, the Finnish OSCE chairpersonship has initiated the Helsinki+50 discussions on the future of the OSCE, bringing together all participating states, partner countries, and representatives of civil society. From its early confidence-building measures to the work of its institutions and field operations, the OSCE has made significant contributions to conflict prevention, democratic development, human rights, and post-conflict reconciliation. But past achievements do not guarantee future relevance. We must seize this moment to make the OSCE more functional and more resilient. Later today, I will launch the Helsinki+50 Fund, a new initiative designed to improve the use of voluntary funding for the OSCE to deliver on its mandate, rooted in our shared principles and commitments. Esteemed guests, 3 immediate priorities stand before us. First, we must stand with Ukraine and hold Russia accountable for its war of aggression. The abducted children must be returned. War crimes must be meticulously documented. Those responsible must face justice. The war must end. It is the very foundation of the Helsinki principles we all uphold. Second, we must enact reforms within the OSCE to enable effective and timely decision-making. As an example, it is unacceptable that the organization has been operating without an approved budget since 2021. Without reform, the OSCE cannot fulfill its role. Third, we must uphold the core of this organization: shared commitments, open dialogue, and the voice of civil society, the lifeblood of democracy. Authoritarian regimes fear this voice, which is why they silence the media, dismantle institutions, and repress activists. When freedoms fade, so does human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Sorry. Supporting civil society is the foundation of the OSCE. I call on all participating states to respect this principle. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, the world has changed in 50 years, and most of the change has been for the better. The number of countries rated free has nearly doubled since 1973, when Freedom House started issuing Freedom in the World reports. In the OSCE area, the absolute number of independent, democratic, free countries has increased from around 15 to over 40. People live longer, are healthier, happier, and better educated. They are freer than ever to shape their own future. This is our guiding compass looking into the next 50 years. Freedom, democracy, human rights. Today, as we gather to mark the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, we reaffirm that Helsinki principles live on and that they cannot be silenced by force or intimidation. The power to tear down walls lies with the people. It always has, and it always will. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Valtonen, for this very inspiring speech. We now move on to the high-level keynotes. It is my honor to welcome to the stage the President of the Republic of Finland, Mr. Alexander Stubb. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, dear ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. In 2021, my predecessor, President Sauli Niinistö, proposed the idea of organizing a conference to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act and the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe. The objective was to honor the spirit of Helsinki and to see how current and future security discussions would benefit from its legacy. 4 years ago, our understanding of the world was quite different from what it is today. Tension was already building. A growing number of world leaders seemed to be relying increasingly on power and coercion to achieve their aims, showing less and less respect for common rules and dialogue. Still, no one could have imagined that a European country would attack its neighbor without any provocation and start a full-scale war in the very heart of Europe. We could not have believed that a European country would try to expand its borders and take decisions on behalf of another country through the use of force. But then again, let's be honest with ourselves. Russia began this pattern already in August 2008 when it attacked Georgia. I witnessed it personally when helping to broker the ceasefire in my capacity as foreign minister and chairman of the OSCE at the time. The 24th of February 2022 marks a turning point in world history. We are living the 1918, 1945, and 1989 moment of our generation. We do not know where exactly the world is going, but we know that it's changing. There is no going back. Europe has changed as well, permanently, I would argue. Establishing any form of relations between Russia and the rest of Europe will only be possible after we have achieved a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. However, those new relations will look very different from the relations that existed before Russia started its war of aggression against Ukraine. We cannot turn back the tide of history. Russia violated the basic principles of international law. The role of the OSCE and its predecessor, the CSCE, in shaping European security is closely linked to modern European history. The conferences held here in Finland in 1975, 1992, and now in 2025 reflect different historical moments and their special characteristics. In 1975, in the Helsinki Conference, we found a new way of building post-war Europe together. The foundations for peace, the UN and the post-war world order had been laid already in Yalta in 1945. However, Yalta was based on the idea of winners and losers and spheres of interests of major powers. The Helsinki Final Act, on the other hand, was not about winners, losers, or the use of force. Instead, cooperation was to be built upon common principles, dialogue, and mutual respect. This is the essence of the spirit of Helsinki. We agreed on simple principles that we promised to follow, and I will read them, not shout them out. They included, among others, sovereign equality, respect for the rights inherent in sovereignty, the territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. We agreed not to regard the future of Europe from the perspective of states only. Instead, we placed citizens, peoples, and universal human rights in the center. To make sure that the principles would hold, civil society in various countries started to get organized. They wanted to hold leaders accountable on the promises they made and build on competencies needed to guarantee those rights. In 1992, world leaders convened here in Helsinki again. And as a little anecdote, the Secretary General of that conference was Aleksi Härkönen. He was a diplomat in Washington at the time and was sent to organize things here. I had the privilege as a trainee to sit in his office in Washington, D.C. while he was absent. In 1992, of course, the Cold War was over. Capitalism had defeated communism. Freedom had defeated control. Democracy had defeated autocracy. Foundations were laid for a new institution, the OSCE. that would enable a more systematic promotion of common principles. The peaceful settlement of disputes emerged as one of the main tasks of the organization. The OSCE was given an important role as a platform for conflict prevention and resolution. After the Cold War, the OSCE put human security at the center of its actions. Security was interpreted broadly, with citizens and their rights at its core. The OSCE and its autonomous institutions achieved remarkable success in protecting minority rights, safeguarding media freedom, developing good governance, and defending the rule of law. Today, in 2025, these achievements, the jointly agreed principles, the comprehensive approach to security, and the ability to resolve conflicts peacefully, are under serious threat. At the same time, they're more important than ever before. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only breaches the common principles of the OSCE, but the demands by Russia to restrict the national sovereignty of another state challenge the European traditions of democracy and the rule of law in their entirety. Returning to a world order in which spheres of interest dominate would lead to a situation in which the citizens of independent, democratic states would not decide on their own affairs. Instead, the undemocratic leadership of another country would make those decisions. Security would no longer be based on people and their rights, but on the projections of power of the regimes of neighboring countries. In Europe, we are faced with an important decision. The choice is between Yalta and Helsinki, between spheres of interest and the use of force, or the sovereignty of states and common rules and principles. In Finland, the choice is crystal clear. We want to continue building a Europe relying on common rules and principles through dialogue and cooperation. We also have to walk the talk and take action. In Europe, we must defend these principles in everything we do. Breaches of common principles must not be tolerated, and aggression must be responded to. At the same time, we must ensure that the response to aggression does not violate the principles even further. Threats to democracy must not be countered with undemocratic means. The rules-based multilateral order is challenged globally as well. An increasing number of world leaders want to manage their affairs bilaterally and through ad hoc minilateral arrangements, transactionally. The threshold for the use of force has become lower, and the line between war and peace has become increasingly blurred. The civilians in Gaza, Sudan, and many other places are paying too high a price for this breakdown in the rules-based world order. We must also defend the multilateral order and established rules and principles globally, not only here in Europe. Even though the Helsinki Final Act was signed by states, perhaps its most significant achievements were gained through people and their cooperation. An increased understanding of fundamental human rights, and a willingness to build dialogue with people on the other side of the Iron Curtain, were the key contributors to the Cold War ending peacefully. I believe that now and in the future, people, cooperation, and dialogue will continue to lie at the core of European security. This conference and the extensive representation from different NGOs, whom I have met today and will continue to meet, reflect the commitment of Finland to develop European security at various levels. We consider citizens and all representatives of civil society to be an essential part of European security as we go forward. I hope that everyone taking part in this conference will find a meaningful way to engage in the discussions, in the spirit of Helsinki. Even though the world has changed significantly in 50 years, the same rules still apply to basic human interaction. The best solutions can be found through dialogue and listening to one another. Joint solutions are harder to find, but they are also much more sustainable. Dear friends, exactly 50 years ago, here at the Finlandia Hall, President Urho Kekkonen noted that, and I quote, "Acknowledging existing facts does not mean submitting to the weaknesses of the present situation." End of quote. I agree. Accepting the facts as they are is the starting point of improving the situation. We all have a role in foreign policy. We all have agency in foreign policy. I encourage everyone to think about and envision what a new common future would look like. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, it is my great pleasure to welcome our next keynote speaker, the President of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He will be addressing us online through a video connection, and as you know how video connections are, we need to give it a little time. So let's give a moment to establish the connection before we start listening to the President.
Once again, a Russian missile hit a residential building. A whole section of the building was turned into rubble and dust, just like the lives of the people who lived there. Across Kiev, dozens of people were injured in today's attack. There are fatalities, and sadly, the number of deaths is still rising. 2 days ago, Russia launched another cynical strike, this time on a prison in the Zaporizhzhia region. They used their dropped bombs. They knew exactly it was a civilians. They knew the bombs would hit it. 16 people were killed, 43 were injured. Russia keeps launching such attacks even when the whole world is calling on it to stop the war. A war that Russia started, a war that Russia keeps dragging on, a war that only the Russian leadership wants a leadership stuck in another era. They are mentally stuck in another century, a time of brutal violence, devastations, total disregard for human rights and equality. We all know such ideas and such times must never return to Europe. And we all know how to protect ourselves from that, how to protect Europe from what today's Russia is bringing. And I believe Russia can be pushed to stop this war. It started it, and it can be made to end it. But if the world doesn't aim to change the regime in Russia, that means even after the war ends, Moscow will still try to destabilize neighboring countries. It will keep spending huge amounts of money, resources, maybe even lives to do so. One of Putin's main ideas, now it's mainstream in Russia, is that Russia has no borders. That is, borders are wherever it wants them to be. This is a total rejection of the post-World War II world. And this is the foundation of the current regime in Russia. And we in Europe will have to protect ourselves from this in the long term. And we will protect ourselves. And yes, Russia has seized a vast amount of land, not just recently, but over centuries of imperial expansion and aggression. But its real potential is far smaller than Europe's. Russia's technologies are worse. And most importantly, unlike Europe, Russia offers no way of life that people want to follow. That's why it will lose. Our main task is to stop Russia now and to do everything we can to grow our shared strengths in security, in economy, in technology, in social development. I'm grateful to everyone applying sanctions against Russia and preparing new ones. And we need to fully block Russia's war machine, cut off its arms industry, limit its energy profits, and finally put every frozen Russian asset, including the stolen wealth of corruption, to work defending against Russian aggression. It's time to confiscate Russian assets, not just freeze them, confiscate them and use them to serve peace, not war. I want to thank President Stubb for standing with Ukraine, for supporting our people, and for helping build a connection with President Trump. President Trump is truly interested in ending the war, and we have to do everything we can to make sure the United States and Europe act together for security. I thank all European leaders, every country that helps our defense, our air shield, our resilience. Ukrainians have been through a lot because we stand together with everyone who values life. And I'm sure the day will come when Ukraine will live in real peace, a time when we will not wake up every night to air raid sirens, a time when we restore safety and constitutional order in the territory that are currently occupied, a time when Russia will be forced to recognize its real borders. That time will come because Europe stays united. Ukraine is not alone. America is helping, and the world chooses life, not war. If we look back at the choice made in Helsinki 50 years ago, it was also a choice for life, not war. Thank you for your support. Please keep putting pressure on Russia for the sake of peace and invest in your own security. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Zelenskyy, for these heartfelt words. And now our next keynote speaker is United Nations Secretary General António Guterres, who is delivering his speech via a video message.
Democratic space is shrinking, and disinformation is fueling division. Excellencies, dear friends, I'm pleased to send my warm greetings as you gather to mark the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. I commend the OSCE Chair, Finland, for its leadership in convening this anniversary event. Half a century ago, the Helsinki Final Act charted a bold and visionary course for peace, rooted in dialogue, grounded in international law, and anchored in the fundamental rights and freedoms of all people. This year also marks the 80th anniversary of the UN Charter. The principles of our Charter and the OSCE are a shared foundation for peace and cooperation. But today, those principles are under grave strain. War continues to rage in the European continent. Trust between states is fraying. Human rights are under assault. Democratic space is shrinking. And disinformation is fueling division and fear. We are witnessing a dangerous drift away from commitments that have safeguarded peace for generations. Yet, in this moment of peril, the values enshrined in the UN Charter and echoed in the Helsinki Final Act, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful coexistence, remain our moral and strategic compacts. The role of the OSCE as a platform for dialogue and guardian of these principles is more vital than ever. The United Nations stands firmly with the OSCE in defending shared values, dialogue over division, cooperation over confrontation, and dignity for all. Let us recommit to the spirit of Helsinki by strengthening regional partnerships to renew multilateralism, by principled leadership to uphold international law, and by forging unity of purpose to build a future of mutual respect, resilience, and shared prosperity. Let us honor the milestone by renewing our commitment to a world anchored in peace, justice, and human rights. Thank you, and my very best wishes for a successful meeting.
Thank you, Secretary General Guterres. Now I welcome to the stage our next speaker, OSCE Secretary General, Ambassador Feridun Sinirlioğlu. Please, Secretary General, the floor is yours.
President Stubb, Minister Valtonen, I thank you for your invitation to Helsinki. Excellencies, dear friends, being here in the very same room 50 years after our forefathers and foremothers, one could be tempted to talk about the past. Therefore, I am sure that we will continue to hear a lot today about what the Helsinki Final Act meant when it was signed. I hope that we will also hear about the successes of the Helsinki Final Act, an example of how adversaries, allies, neighbors, as well as countries with little in common, came together to agree on the fundamental principles that would guide their peaceful and prosperous coexistence. I hope that we will hear about the transformative powers of the Helsinki Final Act more. How little more than 1 year after the Helsinki Summit, Charter 77 promised to initiate a new era of civil liberties and freedoms, and how it was followed by many other movements that helped to expand and strengthen the democratic space on the continent. I hope we will hear about all that, because I am not going to talk about it. Today, rather than to talk about the Helsinki Final Act with my eyes on the past, I want to look to the future and talk about the next 50 years, the future security architecture that will ensure a better and safer order for our children and grandchildren. Together we are navigating through an increasingly difficult and uncertain period. Our collective security architecture, which our founding fathers and mothers built over decades of hard work, with sometimes a high cost, is in shambles before us. The current state of our fundamental norms and principles is the biggest challenge in front of us today. Once rules do not matter to some, they won't matter for anyone, and that becomes a problem for everyone. This cannot be the new normal. Therefore, when it comes to principles, they should be applied to everyone, inside and outside of the OSCE region, period. Selectively applying rules and exceptions erodes international law. We must stand against aggression everywhere it is perpetrated, by whomever it is perpetrated. We must stand against genocide and war crimes in every context. We must combat impunity before it takes root. Double standards are eroding the fundamental principles that are our foundation. We need to be able to rely on them. The 50 years of work from the OSCE and the 80 years of work from the United Nations is all being undermined. We see across the OSCE region desecration of or dismantlement of monuments, religious symbols, and even cemeteries. If you want to build solid foundations for the next 50 years of peaceful coexistence, history needs to be learned, not rewritten. Excellencies, dear friends, yesterday, Pope Leo renewed his appeal for peace in the world and stated the following, and I quote, "Today, more than ever, it is imperative to cherish the spirit of Helsinki, persevere in dialogue, strengthen cooperation, and make diplomacy the preferred way to prevent and resolve conflicts." End of quote. If there is one lesson that we can draw from this reference to the spirit of Helsinki, is this: dialogue is always possible. The only prerequisite to dialogue is a space to exercise that. You, the participating states, have created that. It was designed here in Helsinki in 1975. It was built on in the following decades. You have created by consensus the OSCE to hold that space. Now is the time to use it, to invest in it, to utilize it as a platform for meaningful, open, transparent, and structured diplomatic dialogue. Now more than ever before, we need this platform to address the many challenges facing the participating states and the partners for cooperation. However, dialogue requires both talking and listening. That's engagement. It is unfortunate that today there appears to be very little appetite for engagement. Yes, people are speaking, but talking past each other or talking across each other is not the same as speaking with each other. If you want a real conversation, you have to listen and hear each other as well. That's why it is high time to return to the meaningful, respectful engagement envisaged by our forefathers and foremothers here 50 years ago. Let us recall that this organization was born at a time when the threat of mutually assured destruction was at the fore of everyone's mind. Frankly, these capabilities have only increased since 1975, and their presence continues to pose a global existential threat. Therefore, to use a reference to them as a threat is unacceptable. Hence, to forego engagement is to play with fire. Security cannot and will never be guaranteed by military deterrence alone, because military deterrence alone can lead to an arms race and be destabilizing. Therefore, security must also be ensured through cooperation, which requires dialogue. That is the living legacy of Helsinki. Excellencies, dear friends, this anniversary should serve as a brief reflection moment, a moment to pause before we reach the precipice and redirect our course towards building a new security architecture that will once again serve us all. In order to do that, I will say this again, I believe we need three crucial steps. First, we need to end the wars. Of course, when it comes to the OSCE region, that first and foremost means in Ukraine. We have seen in recent weeks and months glimmers of diplomatic engagements for a ceasefire. It is our duty to support efforts towards a negotiated settlement to end the war and encourage the sides to continue meeting and agree on further confidence-building measures, including the release of prisoners and repatriation of Ukrainian children. In this regard, I want to stress once again publicly my call that these initiatives should include our three OSCE officials, Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmitry Shabanov. After 3 years, their families continue to endure unspeakable anguish and pain and deserves to hold their loved ones again, as do far too many families of prisoners. Secondly, we need to recommit to the fundamentals. Our shared Helsinki principles must continue to live and guide us through these difficult times. I cannot imagine a stable and reliable security system in our geography and beyond, where fundamental ideas like sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states or respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms are not at the core. We need to vigorously recommit to the principles we placed as the foundation of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. And then we need to actively implement them every day in every way we can. We need these principles, and we need the house we built to defend them. That is, we need the OSCE. Thirdly, we need an honest discussion on how we got here, what went wrong, and I repeat, honest discussions. When a system crumbles in the manner that we are witnessing right now, there needs to be some soul searching, an open-minded review to investigate the reasons for collapse. We all bear responsibility for mistakes, misinterpretations, hubris, and indeed silence. A meaningful security discussion will need to include an honest assessment of what we did wrong, what we condoned, which should not have, and what we underestimated. We need to go through that together and listen to each other. Excellencies, dear friends, globally and in Europe, we have reached a critical juncture. The choices we make in the coming weeks and months will determine what the world of our future generations will look like. 50 years ago, despite our differences and our conflicted interests, we came together and found a common ground. There is no doubt that today's geopolitical situation is challenging, but geography has not changed and will not change. 50 years ago, there was a recognition of what was needed, a security platform for mutual accountability, dialogue, and collective action in Europe. We still need that today. And mark my words, we will need it for the next 50 years. This platform is the OSCE. Let us make full use of it. The alternative would be an affront to the men and women who made history in this very room 50 years ago. The alternative would be an affront to the women and men who will stand in this room 50 years from now. I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Our next speaker is United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Türk. Mr. Türk, welcome to the stage.
Mr. President, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends. It is obviously a very great pleasure to be here with you today in the beautiful and warm city of Helsinki to mark this important anniversary. And I'm particularly moved to be in the very hall where the Helsinki Final Act was signed 50 years ago. Today, amid conflict and crisis, as the world seems more fragmented than ever, I pay tribute to the leaders of the time from East and West who came together to sign the Helsinki Final Act here in 1975. Helsinki has a special meaning for me. I spent my childhood in Vienna and Linz in Austria in the shadow of the Iron Curtain. The border between Austria and Czechoslovakia at the time was just 30 kilometers from my home. It is difficult for young Europeans to imagine how I was haunted by the barbed wire fence, the watchtowers, the guards, and the guns. Even as a small child, I knew people who had been killed trying to cross the border. And as I grew up, I understood that this eerie no man's land embodied a much bigger threat. I would often wake up at night anxious about the possibility of nuclear war. When I heard the song Russians by Sting, calling for a common sense on either side of the political fence, I pictured that border. Finally, someone was talking about the simple human emotions that override ideological differences. In 1985, when Sting recorded Russians, the Helsinki process was 10 years old and its influence was growing. The spirit of Helsinki encouraged openness and cooperation. States started to inform each other about troop movements and military exercises, but its most important principle, what it set apart from other treaties, was that the Helsinki Final Act recognized a comprehensive concept of security, including a human dimension that goes far beyond an absence of war. The Helsinki spirit put human rights, civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, at the heart of peace and security. It provided a path out of ideological divisions and towards greater freedoms, freedoms of thought, of expression, of peaceful assembly, of movement, and the right to leave and return to one's own country. It gave hope to human rights defenders and dissidents across Europe, and it focused on ways to unite rather than divide. The Helsinki process played an important role during the end of the Cold War. It was a platform for dialogue based on mutual respect and clear channels of communication. As the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe was transformed into the OSCE in 1990, the cause of advancing human rights was the golden thread that brought its participating states together. Since 1990, the OSCE has played an important role in promoting stability in Europe through its work in the Western Balkans, in Transnistria, and in the Caucasus. You have helped strengthen democracy, advance cooperation, and promote comprehensive security by encouraging, for instance, dialogue among parliaments. Your role in observing elections has helped make them fairer and more trustworthy. Your field operations and institutions, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, the High Commission on National Minorities, the Representative on Freedom of the Media, play a vital part in the human rights ecosystem in the vast area stretching between Vancouver and Vladivostok. And now, 50 years after the Helsinki Final Act, powerful forces are at work, undermining multilateralism, flouting international law, and attacking global institutions and frameworks that were painstakingly created over decades for the benefit of all. This anniversary is indeed an opportunity to revitalize the Helsinki spirit and work for dialogue and solidarity as the foundation of peace and security in Europe and around the world. Today's theme, Respecting the Legacy, Preparing for the Future, calls on us not only to celebrate the enduring achievements of the Helsinki Final Act, but to apply their lessons to the challenges of today and tomorrow. My office and the OSCE have a very strong partnership through regular meetings and consultations. We share profound concerns around issues from conflict prevention to media freedom, gender equality, human trafficking, freedom of expression, the human rights impact of the climate crisis, and the protection of the rights of minorities. The human rights at the heart of the Helsinki process are a roadmap and a compass to rebuild trust and guide us towards solutions. Human rights are a factor of stability and resilience, and I welcome Finland's emphasis on resilience during its chairpersonship of the OSCE. In our turbulent times, amid levels of uncertainty and volatility, human rights are the voice of reason and compassion. They counterbalance the empty salutary of some of today's leaders and constrain the abuse of power. Human rights give us the self-confidence to confront prejudice and to right historic wrongs. And they are a tool for systemic, sustained change that benefits everyone. And I see 3 areas for our joint focus in the coming years. First, respect for human rights helps to prevent conflict and mitigate its impact on civilians. The root causes of conflict often lie in inequalities and human rights violations and are fueled by dehumanization, discrimination, shrinking civic space, and the targeting of minorities. We see these dynamics today in Gaza, in Sudan, and elsewhere. We need to invest much more at the national and global levels in heeding early warnings and in building peace by investing in dialogue and confidence-building measures. Human rights also show the way out of conflict by insisting on accountability, by putting people at the center of mediation and peace-building. My office is working for these goals around the world. Our work raises the alarm bells, helps to prevent abuses and violations, and documents them when they take place. And I would like to give you 2 examples. In Ukraine, we have detailed the appalling cost of Russia's full-scale invasion, which has escalated this year with a serious increase in civilian casualties, as we have just heard also from the President. My office has verified repeated patterns of torture and the cruel and inhuman treatment of Ukrainian prisoners in Russian captivity. We also continue to report on Russia's illegal imposition of its governance system in the territory it occupies and on the climate of fear created by widespread human rights violations there. But I also want to mention the occupied Palestinian territory, where after the horrific 7 October attacks committed by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups, our reporting has kept a spotlight on the huge number of civilians, deaths in the Israeli bombardments of Gaza, the repeated forced displacement, the unlawful restrictions imposed on the entry and distribution of humanitarian aid, the killings of people seeking food, and attacks and harassments of Palestinians by Israeli settlers and security forces in the occupied West Bank. It is clear that that war must also end. The hostages must be released. Israel must end its unlawful presence, and there must be accountability for all violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law. We are on the ground in many other situations. I've only mentioned 2: Sudan, Myanmar, Haiti, and beyond. And this detailed, meticulous work that shines a light on abuses and violations that would otherwise remain hidden. The second area for our joint focus, human rights, provides a lens to tackle the big issues of our time, such as the climate crisis, and protect people from its impact. When we look to the future, we know the climate crisis will be one of our biggest multiplier of security risks, especially around competition for water and other scarce resources. The extraction and burning of fossil fuels are trapping humanity in a furnace, and the countries and people that contributed least to global heating are suffering its worst effects. Human rights call for justice. Those responsible for the climate crisis need to pay up. And we need new creative sources to fund climate action and a serious reform of the global financial architecture so that all countries can access finances they need. The recent advisory opinion issued last week by the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states regarding climate change affirms what many of us have long argued. Governments have a clear human rights obligation under international law to address the climate crisis. Third, respect for human rights is the best guarantee for progress in every society. Creativity and innovation are not possible without free speech, dissent, the right to peaceful protest, academic freedoms, and respect for science. But today, more and more governments in every region are cracking down on these freedoms. It is frightening to see that the tools of repression are back with a vengeance, in places we would never have expected to see them. Human rights activists, lawyers, journalists, civil society groups are threatened, harassed, targeted by disinformation, and some governments are also using new technologies to reach across borders to intimidate, to abduct, and even kill opponents and critics. Meanwhile, poorly regulated social media platforms are silencing some people and communities. Women and girls, people with disabilities, and minorities of all kinds suffer disproportionate harassment and abuse online. We need an open public space for debate, which is backed by free and independent media. And I welcome Finland's decision to prioritize gender equality, inclusion, and engagement with civil society, as the Minister just mentioned. So 50 years on, this is an important opportunity to revive the Helsinki spirit and the principles of the OSCE. The need for cross-border cooperation on building sustainable peace and security and protecting all human rights has never been greater. For the world to move forward together in peace, we must heed the lessons of the past with Helsinki at their heart. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner, for your remarks. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage our next and last keynote speaker, Interim Executive Director of Human Rights Watch, Mr. Federico Borello. Mr. Borello, the floor is yours.
It will be hard to come after all these speakers, but I'll do my best. Thank you, President Stubb and Foreign Minister Valtonen, for the invitation to speak at this important event. It's wonderful and moving to be in Helsinki and to speak in the Finlandia Hall, the very place where the Helsinki Final Act was signed 50 years ago. I'm grateful to you, Foreign Minister Valtonen, for bringing us together to reflect on the past and think about the future. We also appreciate your steadfast focus on human rights during this year chairing the OSCE, especially, as you have just said, as Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine continues to challenge the very foundation of our common security. This event is special for me and my colleagues at Human Rights Watch. For us, this milestone is not just an important reminder of a key set of principles that shape human rights in Europe. It is much more, as the Helsinki Accords and what followed are part of the DNA of our organization. As we know, it was the focus of the Accords on human rights that drew special attention at the time. All participating states committed to, and I quote, respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief for all. The Soviet Union was among those that embraced the accords, at least on paper. They were published in full into major media outlets there, Pravda and Izvestia. Many Soviet citizens decided to take their government at their word, with a simple and courageous act of standing up for their rights. Meetings were held, pamphlets were written and shared. Despite the obvious dangers, activists formed into groups using the label Helsinki as a sign of hope and a shield for protection. The Moscow Helsinki group, for instance, was formed only a few months after the signing in this hall, shortly followed by other Helsinki groups in Soviet Ukraine, Lithuania, and Georgia. Almost immediately, Soviet authorities started harassing and arresting group members, even driving them into exile. Thankfully, the actions of these courageous citizens did not go unnoticed. In New York, a group of lawyers, journalists, and writers was so inspired they set up their own Helsinki Watch to shed light on human rights abuses in the Soviet Union, put it on the agenda of the US government, and be in solidarity with the Helsinki groups there. It is this Helsinki Watch, this group of men and women in New York, that has over almost 50 years evolved into the global organization that is now Human Rights Watch. The idea of a spirit of Helsinki was discussed after the conference in this hall 50 years ago. It has been mentioned again today. For me, the spirit of Helsinki means that the accords are a guarantee of a right to speak the facts and uphold everyone's human rights, particularly when citizens are under pressure to do the opposite, to shut up and to not resist. So what does such an understanding mean in practice, today and in the future? For me, it underlines three things: the essential link between security and human rights, the universality of human rights, and the importance of the OSCE being a resilient organization able to help protect human rights in the future. First, there is no doubt about the seriousness of the security situation in Europe. As we have heard, Russia commits war crimes and other violations of the laws of war on a regular, almost daily basis in Ukraine. As the Finnish chairpersonship has emphasized, accountability for these crimes is vital to deter future aggression, to deliver justice for victims, and not least, to bolster international humanitarian norms for the security of all in the OSCE and beyond. The connection between security and human rights has many dimensions. Some OSCE participating states appear to be making concerning trade-offs, prioritizing security over human rights, and making deep cuts in social spending in order to increase military budgets. These are false dichotomies. As we know, the OSCE's concept of a human dimension of security depends on respect for human rights and the democratic institutions that protect them. In addition, at this time of heightened questions and tensions about the international political order, we need a renewed commitment to international norms and treaties, rather than a retreat from them. This includes safeguarding the standards adopted to prevent civilian suffering in war. We have followed with concern how 5 EU members, sadly including our host country Finland, are withdrawing from the landmark international treaty prohibiting anti-personnel landmines. While we understand the security concerns, walking away from the convention will put their own civilians and others at risk, and not just in times of war. And this is why we urge these governments to reconsider this step. Second, the focus of the Helsinki Accords on the universality of human rights. The rising human rights violations across the OSCE region are alarming. I spoke about the crackdown that happened 50 years ago against courageous activists in the Soviet Union. In the post-Soviet era, the Kremlin's pressure on critical voices inside Russia has never been fiercer than today. Further, in Central Asia, Belarus, and Azerbaijan, abuses of fundamental rights are widespread, and in some areas, escalating. In Georgia, government repression against the political opposition, civil society, and protesters is rapidly worsening. In Turkey, the government is carrying out a fully fledged assault on the political opposition, civil society, and the media. And rights are under pressure elsewhere too. Hungary's government has hollowed out democracy with curbs on judicial independence, media freedom, and civic space. The new US government appears to be on a similar path. Civil society space and the right to protest are under serious pressure in many parts of Western Europe, especially for those protesting climate change and standing up for Palestine. Media freedom faces threats too. We just published a report about the shocking interference by the Greek government in editorial decisions in public media and pressure on independent journalists. These efforts have one thing in common. They chip away at checks and balances on executive power and in turn put human rights at risk. And they send a signal to other states that such actions are acceptable, maybe even the new norm. And that runs counter to the spirit of the Helsinki Final Act. Participant states need to act decisively to stop these abuses. As part of this, they need to focus on supporting civil society. This means opposing legislation such as foreign agents laws that stigmatize independent civil activism, protecting civil space and funding for civil society organizations, and valuing, not prosecuting, human rights defenders. In this context, we thank the Finnish government for announcing that supporting civil society is a focus of the new Helsinki+50 fund being launched today. Third, we need a strong OSCE to reinforce human rights protection in our region. Participating states should be bold in using the tools at their disposal to bring human rights abusers to account and to signal that the accords on which this organization was built still apply to all. We need the OSCE's independent structures now more than ever. The Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, the Representative on Freedom of the Media, and the High Commissioner on National Minorities have renowned and urgently needed expertise. They do vital work, and they deserve continued support. To end, the challenges we face today are no less serious than the ones we faced 50 years ago. Let's use this occasion to pull together, to defend our rights and freedoms, to strengthen democratic institutions and norms, to be ambitious and rise to the challenge we have received from those who, in the spirit of Helsinki, responded bravely to the accords signed here 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borello, and thank you again to all our keynote speakers. You have delivered us many important messages and many inspiring thoughts around the Helsinki Final Act and its meaning today. And this concludes our keynote session. Before moving to our first panel discussion, we want to hear something from you, dear participants, both here on the spot and online. For that purpose, I now ask everyone to please take out your phones. On the screen behind me, you can see a QR code. Please scan the code with your camera. This will allow you to access our online platform through which you will be able to participate in the discussions today. If you have now scanned the code, you should be able to see this question on your mobiles. While you are pondering what to answer and answering, let me inform you that during the panel discussions you will also have different kinds of opportunities to engage in the discussion through this online platform. During the first panel, you can submit written comments and questions for the panel that then will be partly used in the panel. So please finalize your answers to the first questions as we will now move on with the program. And now it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage our first panel. The theme of the panel is Respect, how to strengthen respect for the foundational principles of European security. I welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Stephen Sacker, and our panelists, OSCE Chairperson-in-Office, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland, Ms. Elina Valtonen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Andriy Sybiha, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, Ms. Batsetsek Batmuch, Minister of State for Europe, North America and Overseas Territories of the United Kingdom, Mr. Stephen Dowdy, and President and CEO of Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, Mr. Stefan Kapus. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, friends. It is my honor and privilege to be with you today. Let me just briefly introduce myself. I am Stephen Sacker. I've had a long career as a journalist, most of it with the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. I've lived and worked in many different parts of the world, and throughout my career, I have, in a sense, watched up close and personal the degree to which our world is adhering to the spirit of Helsinki. So for me, a chance to moderate a debate like this is particularly rewarding and important. We've got a terrific panel. You can see their names up there, but let me just greet them all with a little bit of eye contact. So, Minister Valtonen, thank you so much for joining us. We also are joined, of course, by the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine, Mr. Sabiha, Andrei Sabiha. Thank you so much, Minister, for being here. We enjoyed the comments, very important words that we got live from Mr. Zelenskyy just a little earlier on, so we thank him too for being part of this morning's debate. Thank you so much to him.
I'm really surprised you pronounced my surname correctly.
Well,
you don't need to introduce yourself.
I tell you a little secret. On Hard Talk, when we were doing the interviews with officials and important people around the world, one of the most important questions I always ask the producer is how to pronounce the name. Because if you can't get the name right and show the respect at the very beginning, you have a problem. So I hope I can live up to my own words. Next to Minister Sabiha, we are delighted to be joined by Stephen Doughty, who is, I know well, the Minister of State for Europe in the UK government. I know you struggled to get here thanks to some problems with flights coming from the UK, but you made it. Well done for that. Next to Mr. Doughty, we've got Steve Kapus, who is President and CEO of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. A great pleasure to have you with us, Stephen. Thank you for joining us. And at the very end, it is a real delight to be able to welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, Ms. Batsitseg Batmunk. And we are really delighted to have you on our panel. Mongolia, in a sense, the youngest member of the OSCE membership, so it's really terrific to have you with us too. Thank you all for being with us. I should just say before we begin, as Mikko said, we want this to be interactive, so I'm going to kick off the debate, but using your QR code, you can supply questions to our panelists as well. Please use that facility because almost certainly your questions are going to be better than mine. So do that and help me out if you would. Now, just by way of beginning the debate, I was making a few notes in the keynotes that we had earlier. And of course, I'm a journalist. And so for me, events like this are in danger sometimes of being too reliant on platitudes and good thoughts that we can all agree with, and sometimes lack the candor and the frankness that allow us to get deep into the real issues behind the rhetoric. But today, I will be very honest and say I was refreshed by the degree of candor we heard from some of our keynote speakers. And in particular, I was struck by the words of the current Secretary General of the OSCE, who said, and I'm just looking at my own notes here, 50 years of OSCE work is in danger of being undone. Talk without listening and engaging is never enough. And he said, we need honest discussion about what has gone wrong over 50 years. So without being the journalist who always looks at the glass half empty rather than half full, I do want us to be as candid as possible in this discussion. And I'm going to start with you, Minister Valtonen. We can all, I think, acknowledge and accept that after 50 years, there is a problem for the OSCE. There is a fundamental problem that the spirit of Helsinki is not being upheld, and there appears to be a lack of respect for those important principles which underpin the Helsinki Final Act. How much do you believe there is a crisis facing the spirit of Helsinki today?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the very important question. Well, first of all, I would start off with my personal opinion, which is that at the end of the day, everything you measure is at the level of the people. So organizations come and go, and if the organization doesn't fulfill its purpose anymore, for the benefit of the people, then why uphold it? I'm not saying this were the case for the OSCE. The OSCE is not just upholding the principles, but also carrying out valuable tasks all over, which we can talk about later. But I want to highlight a very important thing as well, and something we really need to, well, acknowledge is that, first of all, in the past 50 years, it is not the case that the rules-based order or the Helsinki Principles or the UN Charter would have been shattered. On the very contrary, actually in the past 50 years, the world has become so much freer for so many people, not all of them, unfortunately. There is war waging in Ukraine, but at least Ukrainians now have the possibility to really fight for their strong independence and democracy, which they didn't have 50 years ago. They were part of the oppression, or in the oppressed regime.
No question. I mean, if you don't mind me keeping it sort of snappy and relatively brief, I totally get that. But if we are talking about an arc or a trajectory, one could say that, you know, after 1975, there was an astounding success of spreading sort of the Helsinki Principles, which undermined and then saw the collapse of the Soviet communist system. And through the period around 1989, through the 90s, into the early 2000s, one could argue that the Helsinki spirit was not just alive and well, but was really meaningful. But everybody we've heard from in the keynotes has acknowledged that profound things have happened since then, which seem to take that arc in a more negative direction. And obviously, you know, February of 2022 represents a huge turning point. So I think we have to be realistic and talk about where we are now and accept, do we not, that in recent years things have gone badly wrong.
The war that Russia is waging against Ukraine is dead wrong. No question about it. But we should not take collective responsibility for somebody's wrong actions, because the Helsinki Principles are fine and well. The Helsinki spirit is actually, you know, you can sense it in so many capitals in the European neighborhood, in countries who perhaps are not yet in the European Union or in NATO, or perhaps don't even want to be, but they want to be genuine democracies. Their people want that. That's the Helsinki spirit, and it's alive and kicking. And if there's one country or perhaps another aiding with a full-scale invasion, then it's their fault. I think it's extremely important that we are blunt and honest about who has the responsibility, and also don't forget about the accountability for what is happening, because it's been so many years, so many decades that the narrative went that, you know, the West did all, and this, say NATO came too close to Russia. But NATO never threatened Russia. And, well, this is a little bit beyond besides the point, but what I'm saying is, yes, we have to ponder what has happened, what we need to reform, how to look into the future, but at the same time, we also need to be able to say that it is not our collective responsibility that Russia has attacked another country.
Indeed. Minister Sybiha, you've journeyed here from Kiev. You've obviously heard your president, Mr. Zelenskyy, address us earlier. Just a more general thought. We obviously, everybody in this room is mindful throughout the conversation of what is happening in your country today, but this debate has to be much broader than that. So I want you to be as broad as you can be. Coming from Kiev, but surveying Europe and the wider world, what is your perspective on the current state of respect for the principles that underpin the Helsinki Final Act?
Ukrainian people, Ukrainians now are paying the highest price to protect these values, to protect Helsinki principles. We heard 20 minutes ago speech of my president. Unfortunately, President, we must start every speech with the words, today Kyiv was under the attack. Today, Ukraine was heavily attacked. Today, we have casualties. Today, several or many civilians, children were killed. What does it mean? It also means that OSCE failed, even failed in providing, in keeping its mission, which was established 50 years ago. That's also, by the way, the response, Putin's response, and the way he celebrates 50 years of Helsinki Act by heavy bombing Ukraine. And every morning you start by calling to your relatives and families, are you okay? And what is also very symbolic, at the beginning of this week, Moscow mechanism was invoked to help to investigate Moscow crimes against war prisoners. So it's difficult even to imagine Moscow mechanism to help to investigate Moscow crimes. It means degradation of this country, and of course degradation of security in Europe.
I want to stop you there and just very briefly ask you this. The OSCE is not an enforcement organization. You know, it's not NATO, and it never will be, and it never was intended to be. But it was intended to enshrine values and principles which could reach out people to people. And as we just heard from Federico, talking from the perspective of Human Rights Watch, there is no question that the ideas behind Helsinki reached people beyond the Iron Curtain in that period before 1989, and they did make a difference. Do you believe that the Helsinki principles still matter in that people-to-people sense, and that they reach people? Let's be specific. Do they reach people in the Belarus of today, the Russia of today? Do they still matter to people?
Yes, they do really matter. I could confirm you, and I want to give you one example. Last week, together with my colleague Jean-Noël, France's foreign minister, we visited Kharkiv, region which is close to front line. And he asked commander of one of the brigades, why are you protecting your country? Why are you protecting each piece of your country? Why are you protecting values which are important or which matters to all of us? And the answer was very simple, because our land, each piece of our land is priceless. And we protect our values because these values are in our DNA. Because of this act, also, these values became a part of our DNA, I mean, in this region. So that's why it is really important. Maybe we need more enforcement tools in OSCE, maybe. Maybe we need to have this philosophy, SOC, to prevent conflicts. That's our negative experience. We know, we have lesson learned. We need effective international mechanisms to prevent conflicts and wars. And one of the principal cooperations, and OSCE is an important platform, but what important to understand, and that cooperation with those who threaten could be turned into a landmine. So definitely we need to protect these principles, but we need also amendments of to make this organization more functional.
More functional, more meaningful. Stephen Doughty, you joined us from London. You know, goodness knows, Britain has its own problems, but the relative comfort, you know, of representing the UK government, looking at much more troubled parts of the world from London. Does the OSCE matter to the UK government? Or, you know, you're ramping up your defense spending, you're committed to sort of rebuilding NATO alongside partners. Where does the OSCE fit into all of that?
It absolutely does matter, and it matters to me personally. In fact, actually, one of my first roles coming out of university was with the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, working on issues from Ukraine to the Caucasus, and I saw the value of the organisation, the value that the work they did in election monitoring, the value of the work of ODIHR, the value of the work of the OSCE as an organisation. And it's also very important for me to be here. One of my predecessors as an MP for Cardiff South, Jim Callaghan, who was our Foreign Secretary at the time of the Helsinki Final Act, was in this very conference room 50 years ago. So the OSCE has always mattered to the United Kingdom and will continue to matter to the United Kingdom. And fundamentally, that is because of those very principles that are in the Decalogue. They are as valuable as they were back in 1975. And just because they are under threat, in this case primarily from Russia and what Russia has done to Ukraine in complete violation of those principles, but also many other examples and challenges, whether that's for minorities, whether that's for journalists, whether that's for civil society, they matter more than ever. But just because they're under threat doesn't mean we abandon those principles, we abandon an organisation. We don't abandon the United Nations because Russia has violated the UN Charter. It is more important than ever that we recommit to those principles and we show how we're going to implement them in practice.
But if we live in a world where, to be frank, many leaders, some in very powerful countries, appear to believe in the crude principle that might is right, then how does the OSCE have a meaningful role in that world? Which is clearly not the world that the Helsinki spirit is all about, but it is kind of the world that we currently appear to be living in.
But we've been through many challenging periods before, and one can look at the periods in the Balkans in the 1990s where those principles were under threat. Many other examples in that period since 1975, and it was because of the tenacity and the commitment of members in this room, of members of the OSCE who wanted to stand up for those principles that they'd signed up for. That the OSCE played a key role in many of those instances. It's also that role it plays in inspiring. We've touched on that in terms of young people that I've met in Kiev, young people that I've met, human rights defenders from around the continent, and those individuals that we engage with as a government on a regular basis. So that's why it was very important for me to be here, to recommit to those principles, and really want to commend Finland for the leadership that they've shown in bringing us here, and that commitment to those principles. But this ultimately is going to be about what we all do, and not just in the response to the illegal and barbaric war against Ukraine, but also on those other principles. And I can see some important questions coming up here on the screen. But the OSCE has a unique, often a quiet role, and often an understated role, but one that is absolutely necessary.
We will get to the questions, I promise you, because you've got the look of a man who thinks the questions on the screen are better than my questions.
Not at all.
We will get to them, but I do want everybody in the panel to have an opportunity to speak first. Steve Capers, if I may come to you, inevitably, and I think quite rightly, much of our discussion about respecting the Helsinki principles has kicked off with thoughts about the meaning of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and how we fit that into the current sort of thinking about the OSCE. But I don't want to do that with you because you come with a particular role. You've been heading up VOA. You're a man who thinks very hard about free media, free expression, about some of the cultural issues which underpin the spirit of Helsinki, fundamental freedoms to just air one's opinion and not be imprisoned or worse as a result. When you look around both the European space and beyond right now, do you feel that those elements of the Helsinki principles are under an increasing level of threat?
Yes, they are under threat. We've just had a journalist released recently from Crimea who spent more than 4 years there. Russia has unlawfully occupied Crimea going back to 2014. Our journalist was simply engaged as a blogger, telling the world what was going on in Crimea, and for that he was tortured in prison, he was forced to confess, and he spent 4 years behind bars. We have other journalists who are in prison as we speak, in Belarus, in Russia, in Azerbaijan, in Iran. We see governments still going to great lengths to try to silence us. And I would say all this focus on security and the defense of Europe is absolutely important. But without a very strong soft power component, without a commitment to allowing the free press to continue to operate, without harassment, without intimidation. Of course, that's not going to just simply go away, but there is no true safety and security without these fundamental soft power tools. And that's not saying that we should become our own propagandists to battle against Russia's propaganda. They're spending billions on it, of course. But what we have to offer is the integrity that comes with the truth. And we've got to recommit to that. There can't be petty competitiveness among the public service media these days. OSCE has advocated for our imprisoned journalists, and they have advocated, I think it's time for all of us to advocate for adequate funding. And I'm saying that as somebody right now whose very organization is at threat because of that.
I need to ask you about that right now, because I think, again, there is a danger. I'm not saying any of us today are falling into the trap, but there is a danger of a set of assumptions of a self-satisfied group of people, you know, from the democratic West, if I can put it like that, sort of appearing to assume that everything is okay in their societies and looking at the failure to uphold Helsinki spirit and principles in other people's societies. We have our own problems, and in the United States, you are in the middle of what is a sort of politically tumultuous time in which the chief executive of your country is essentially eager to close down your operation, other public service media broadcasting operations, and also appears to regard many journalists as the enemy. I mean, he literally has called journalists enemies of the people. How problematic is it, you know, for one of the important members of the OSCE, when you have these problems at home, which make it very difficult, first of all, to do the reporting you want to do, but second of all, to speak openly and intelligently about what's going on inside your own country?
Look, we could spend the next hour talking about those issues. The Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty had its, is almost 100% supported through funding from the United States Congress. We're not government employees. We are an independent nonprofit corporation that receives its funds. Like many other NGOs right now that existences are threatened. We've taken very strong actions in order to continue to survive. We've gone to court against the agency that has withheld our funds. I'm happy to say we continue to win. But one of the more interesting things that happened hours after the US froze our funds back in March, we heard from leaders all around Europe. Radio Free Europe has been headquartered in Europe for 75 years now, 30 years in the Czech Republic, thanks to President Václav Havel. Those principles and the reason that he invited us to the Czech Republic are absolutely vital now. And we had a very simple messages of support that said, we can't let Radio Free Europe die. How can we help? And I will tell you, yes, there's a lot of discussion about our future, but we do have bipartisan support in the United States still. We are still very actively securing funding, or trying to secure funding for the future. And there's a full acknowledgement right now that we need to diversify our sources of funding and recognize that Radio Free Europe is at home in Europe. One of our critics said, we don't need Radio Free Europe anymore. Europe is already free, which my colleagues who are working right now on the front line side by side with the brave defenders in Ukraine had a good chuckle at that one. We need these services right now. We need them to be funded adequately, and we need to work together and recognize that soft power is a very key component to any security measures and defense measures.
That line about, you know, Europe already being free and not needing Radio Free Europe, what I'm just wanting you to explore for just a second is whether you believe that inside the United States itself there are currently issues with free expression, with political repression of sorts, of the use of the law against cultural and media organizations, which suggests that even in, quote unquote, the home of the free, some of the Helsinki principles are at risk right now.
Of course, there are real challenges right now. You see the pressures being put on organizations as strong and as valuable as the Wall Street Journal, CBS News. And however, what I'd say is the freedom of expression is very much alive and well when you see what's being done and what's being said. It's a striking contrast. Our journalists are free to ask the President of the United States, the head of the Senate, any question they want. That's completely different than what would happen in Belarus or in Russia. And so, yes, there are challenges right now, but that's not to say that the principles of all this have just completely vanished.
Minister Batmunk, I want to bring you into the conversation now. And as I said at the very beginning, Mongolia is the youngest member of OSCE. I think you joined in 2012. So with regard to this conversation about respect for the principles of OSCE, of the Helsinki Final Act, and the degree to which levels of respect are perhaps not what they were, or perhaps from your point of view, they are. I'd like you to tell me why Mongolia in 2012 made the decision to join. Why were you so keen to be involved in OSCE?
Yes, thank you. My name is also Federico.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting question. Of course, everybody is asking such a question, why you became member of OSCE, very far distance, and this is Asian country. So we really enjoy being a youngest member of OSCE. We became a member in 2012, and Mongolia's accession was both a strategic and principled decision.
Minister, I'm sorry to be so rude, but would you mind, I don't know if it'd be possible to move your microphone a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now it's okay?
I think be as close as you can to the microphone.
Mm-hmm. So we see OSCE is a bridge for us to connect West and East, North and South. So Mongolia is independent, free market, young democratic country between two powers. For us, third neighbor policy is one of the important foreign policy pillars. So this mechanism was very interesting for us to build, to make a bridge with all European countries, the members of OSCE.
Has it made a difference, do you believe? Being members of OSCE, has it made a difference in Mongolia to your political culture?
It was very beneficial entering, and still we enjoy the relation with OSCE, and we implemented many projects regarding the human rights issues on election law and empowering women and gender equality, etc.
And you mentioned, your strategic position, and obviously Mongolia has a hugely strategic position, and you have two global superpowers as neighbors, China and Russia. Russia, of course, also is in the membership of OSCE, but I just wonder whether that strategic positioning you have, it gives you an extra feeling of sort of strength, of connection and network, that you are now part of this multilateral organization.
Yes. Of course, we deal with two of our neighbors very well. We are a totally landlocked country. And as I said previously that we successfully launched our third neighbor policy. We do implement very good policy with all UN member countries. We settled diplomatic relations with all 192 countries. So to balance relation between two our neighbors is very important priority of Mongolia. At the same time, balancing relation between the third neighbors. So this international mechanism, especially with OSCE, it's important pillar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you very much. Now, I am going to just start introducing slowly some of the questions that you guys have come up with, and I thank you very much for those who've used the QR code and put in some questions. We've got a few here. Let's start at the top. Do you believe, somebody's asking, do you believe in the notion of the indivisibility of security in Europe? That is, I guess, that, you know, the whole organization has to take an overview, and that the insecurity or violation of one of the principles, whether it be, you know, violation of the notion of the inviolability of borders, sovereignty, peaceful commitment to peaceful resolution of conflict, all of those things clearly have been violated in the recent past in Europe. And the question then is how the entire membership must respond. I mean, is there a duty on all members to take a unified stand, for example? Minister Valtonen.
Well, I do believe in the indivisibility of security. I do think that in the spirit of, I guess, Martin Luther King, who said that if you, can't remember exactly the word, but if you, have trouble somewhere, then obviously it means trouble back at home as well, and you can't simply ignore it. And I think this is I must say this is the daily work of a foreign minister. So it definitely is part of everyone's agenda too. But it must be, because if we talk about a principled organization, the OSCE, who at the end of the day is there to uphold the principles that we have agreed on, then obviously if there's a blatant violation of one of those or many of those, then together we need to act. But having said this, the CSCE 50 years ago, but neither the OSCE have been formed as organizations or as gatherings of just the like-minded. So actually I think it was even revolutionary 50 years ago that diverse set of countries was able to agree on the Helsinki Final Act, which we still
to be in violation, but what about a sort of punishment mechanism for countries within the membership that are clearly in violation of the spirit, the principles behind the Final Act? I mean, do you just sort of plow on regardless, allowing the membership to continue, or should there be sanctions and punishments for members who clearly are in violation?
Well, the OSCE does not have to take on every single task to itself. Having said this, for the OSCE, and one of the key tasks for the OSCE is to gather evidence for accountability. And for instance, a massive step forward in recent weeks was when we launched this special tribunal for the war of aggression against Ukraine. Not the OSCE, it now came under the Council of Europe. Finland, of course, one of the countries behind it, and we were actually in Lviv, in Western Ukraine, to basically, celebrate is not the right word, but put together this initiative. The OSCE can collect evidence on all sorts of war crimes at the scene, and also, of course, what the OSCE, through its missions around, will be able to not just collect evidence on perhaps lesser crimes than the war of aggression or war crimes, say the hampering of the free media or different sorts of instances where the authorities or where the government goes against those principles. And that's fair and good. But again, the OSCE is not an enforcement organization.
It's not, but it has had important monitoring and scrutinizing roles.
Yes.
Not least, actually, in the period after 2014, on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. I mean, it was supposed to be the organization that was monitoring adherence.
Yeah, and I think rightfully Andrei has criticism towards the OSCE, and this is something we need to take seriously, and I can tell you we have. But the second thing is that perhaps in that time the OSCE was mandated with something that the OSCE was not created for and was not in operational, I don't know, duty or ability to take care of.
So I guess the lesson there would be if you take on tasks which you're not really suited for, that risks undermining respect and the standing of the organization. So I guess that, yeah.
Rightfully. So therefore, also what comes to a possible ceasefire, a possible path towards genuine peace and lasting and fair peace in Ukraine, the OSCE can certainly take on tasks, but we have to be extremely pragmatic.
Indeed.
What it is specifically that we can do.
I do want to squeeze in as many questions as possible, so I'm going to move on at this point just to consider a somewhat different question. This questioner asks, how should participating states, OSCE member states of course, engage with human rights defenders globally? Which I do find an interesting question because, you know, right now we are so very well aware of a massive humanitarian, human rights, international law challenge within the Israel-Palestinian conflict in Gaza, and it's on everybody's minds around the world, whether you're an OSCE member state or not. Stephen Doughty, what do you think the OSCE's role, if any, is in that sort of challenge to international human rights?
I mean, I think fundamentally it creates conditions for us to be able to gather evidence, for us to be able to listen to testimony, for us to be able to understand what is happening. And obviously, we understand how that is going to take place under the Moscow mechanism, again, in relation to Russia's actions against Ukraine. But I think more broadly, you know, I've had the pleasure of working alongside human rights defenders in my career before entering Parliament, and I take a keen interest in that very direct testimony, that very, very clear evidence that often they provide, and often sometimes the world isn't hearing. I mean, you only have to look outside of Europe to what's happening in Sudan at the moment, or what's happening in many other contexts around the world where it's absolutely crucial that the voice of those who are being affected, particularly, for example, women and girls who are victims of sexual violence or others, that those voices are heard, that we're able to gather evidence, and that we're able to allow the relevant bodies, whether that's the ICC or the ICJ or you know, discussions in the UN Human Rights Council, to be able to take action and to be able to come to conclusions on that. But certainly I can say in my role as a minister in the UK, I am regularly meeting with and regularly listening to groups, often discreetly, often in private, but whose testimony is absolutely crucial to understanding the situation in any one of the contexts that we face globally. And I think the OSCE has a particularly important role when looking at, for example, the rights of minorities within Europe, whether it's the freedom of journalists, and whether it's going back to those fundamental principles in the Helsinki Final Act around equalities, around respect, around the basic principles of human rights that are under threat in many locations and many different contexts.
But I suppose, to put it bluntly, is it the role of the OSCE primarily, you know, to ensure its own house is in order, or should the OSCE be outward-looking, internationally focused as well when it comes to, you know, defending human rights and human rights defenders around the globe?
Well, I think the OSCE can set an example in other contexts. Fundamentally, it has to remain focused on our area and what's going on in the members, and crucially that we're all holding each other to account and speaking truth about what is happening. And that's why it's so crucial that we speak that truth about what's happening, whether that's in Ukraine or indeed in, you know, currently in Georgia, for example, and where we're seeing a complete rollback of civic freedoms and repression. And we've spoken out very clearly on that as the UK.
Yeah. Now, let's move on to another question here, which is how can institutions support young people in innovating solutions that absolutely uphold and support core OSCE values? So I'm really interested in this, drawing in and engaging young people, because as I said at the very beginning, you know, part of the OSCE mission is very much people to people. It's not all about what states can do, it's how you can really reach people and convince them of the importance of the spirit and the principles behind Helsinki. So actually, let's go to Mongolia, if you don't mind, Minister. How do you engage young Mongolians with the spirit and the principles behind Helsinki?
Yeah, you know, Mongolian youth are very active and very Western-oriented. We did an amendment in our law of education 2 years ago to become English language as a second foreign language. So many Mongolian young people trying to study in Western countries and very interested in politics. In this complex world, modern Mongolian young people wants to be very active and even in the world arena. So with in the future, the young generation, I think more smart and clever than us. They can easily obtain all knowledge, all information, and they wish to be true world, everything very practical, and want to be more peaceful and to cooperate with more countries as possible. So we have to open the way for them, to open the door wider for them, to feel free, to feel more independent.
In terms of openness, are you finding a lot of young people now are going to study abroad? Do you encourage young people to go study abroad, to pick up ideas abroad, bring them back to Mongolia? How do you go about encouraging that open mindset?
We are quite different from two of neighbors. The system, political system, the media, the information they got, the way of thinking. We were always independent this is the country of young people, 70% of our population under 45 years old, and very free-minded people. So we use all international media platform, all media is open for our young people, so there is no any, I would say, challenges to get to the world.
I want to now, if I may, ask you a question which struck me when I was reading back through the history of 1975 and the Final Act and the careful language used. The messaging around the Helsinki Final Act was very much about freedom rather than democracy, because of course, the whole point was to build bridges across the Iron Curtain to states under the Soviet system, which were patently not democratic in any way that we in the West would have ever recognized. But the point was not to make a big deal of that. It was to stress individual freedoms, rights, rather than bang on about democracy. I wonder how, panel, you feel about that today. How important is democracy itself? Minister Smiha, if I may get your thoughts on that. I mean, you in Ukraine, you have built...
We had three revolutions. Revolution of dignity, Orange Revolution, to protect values of democracy. These values for us are not just empty words. We understand that freedom is a essential part, a fundamental part of democracy. And with your permission, I would like to reflect to your question with regard of indivisibility. I am confident that Ukrainian security and European security, they are indivisible. That it also means collective responsibility, strong response. You mentioned sanctions. Yes, sometimes we need force someone to follow standards. That's our lesson learned. So what do I mean? Strong sanctions, isolation, and accountability. Accountability, it's also a strong tool to achieve goals of Final Act. By the way, let us agree that it was not a final act. History has never ended. Not after Helsinki, not after the Berlin Wall fallen. And probably altogether we are writing now our history. And the main ink for European history now, the blood of my compatriots, of Ukrainian people.
That's a very powerful way of putting it, and I don't think anybody in this room would quarrel with the idea that what you are doing in Ukraine, the fight you are fighting, is clearly a fight for freedom that goes far beyond the borders of Ukraine, and that people around Europe and around the world watch and feel, in a sense, is about their own freedoms as it is about yours. I do understand all of that, but I want to ask you a more difficult...
Choice, also a possibility to have a right to choose. That's also a part of our freedom, a part of democracy. All these 10 principles, they are in our DNA.
But I want to ask you perhaps a more difficult question. I mean, in recent days, we've seen your parliament and then the president sign off on a change in the law which, to many people, undermines the independence of key anti-corruption institutions. It questions, your government's commitment to transparency, to accountability, key elements of the relationship between the citizen and the government, which, again, relates to the principles and the spirit of Helsinki, where the rights of the individual citizen are paramount. Is it possible at a time that you're living through of war, total war, is it possible, do you believe, to still be true to the spirit of Helsinki in all of its detail?
Yes, definitely, but why do you think it is a difficult question? That's also about democracy. We have difficult situation. We have Russian brutal aggression, but we are committed to the reforms. Of course, we are hearing the reaction of our society. Of course, we are hearing the reaction of our international partners, but we are committed to for the fight with corruption. That's our national interest. And because of security concerns, because of necessity to keep balance, I mean security concerns, fight with the corruption, influence of Russia on some bodies, this bill was initiated, and by the way, we expect that this bill will be approved today in our parliament. So that's a part of the democratic process.
We are short of time. We've only got 5 or 6 minutes left, and a couple of questions prompt me to ask all of you on the panel, in perhaps the last phase of this discussion, to think about the future and how the OSCE needs to sort of evolve to combat and to meet the challenges that aren't necessarily all about security in the traditional sense, but raise new collective challenges. One question is this: the climate crisis is a big security risk. Should OSCE be doing more, like the OSCE and other security organizations, do more to tackle it? And I'm going to actually look at the next question as well, because it's related. How can the OSCE strengthen resilience while upholding transparency, as we've just discussed, civil liberties and public trust, in an era of disinformation and hybrid threats? So you've got a climate challenge, you've got a challenge that comes with all of the information technologies we've got, which includes, capacities for cyber threats, for artificial intelligence to present disinformation challenges. How is the OSCE going to evolve to meaningfully play a role in meeting these collective challenges? I'm going to have all of you think about this, starting with you, Minister Valtonen.
Yeah, well, thank you. Obviously, environmental security is a significant part of comprehensive security and the resilience of societies. But to keep it short, and the OSCE is actually doing a lot in this regard, and also what comes to tackling hybrid threats, which increasingly are targeting, for instance, elections around Europe. So the OSCE is doing as much as it only can. But also we need to understand that the OSCE is constrained also by a budget and money. We live in a world which has to prioritize. We haven't had a budget approved since 21, right? So we have to balance different expectations against the realism of what we really can do.
Which sort of brings us back to whether the OSCE is in crisis, but I've asked you that already and you dealt with that, so we won't go back into that. But I guess what it points to is that when key members of the OSCE, whether it be Russia or indeed the United States, thinking about the US in particular in relation to climate change, when they have a particularly strong take, which isn't necessarily the take that many of the membership has, again, you've got a profound problem in developing a coherent message.
Mm-hmm. And exactly for that reason, I think, two paths to think about this. Well, first of all, the OSCE is a consensus-based organization. So essentially the reason that we are in a crisis, you might say, is that because
those organizations work at the moment, consensus-based organizations, when there's so little international consensus?
Barely, but the OSCE does work and still is able to carry out important work. And precisely also for this reason, we are, the Secretary General and the Secretariat is making all in its effort to have the budget approved. Plus, also we will today announce the Helsinki+50 fund, which will aid in funding fundamental projects such as aiding Ukraine without consensus. And the second thing is also what we need to really think about today, since the world has changed and in many ways for the better. Quite many tasks that the OSCE has done in the past 30 years is now being carried out by also other organizations. Say the European Union is, for instance, is extremely active also in countries in candidating towards the European Union, also observing elections and all sorts. So we need to focus and prioritize and carry out those tasks that only the OSCE can effectively take care of.
Minister Sabiha, I'd just like your thoughts on the next phase of the OSCE's life and whether you see it as evolving to remain meaningful.
My point of view, it is important to provide OSCE with the capacity to properly react in advance, to have the capacity to prevent something. I totally support Elina with an approach to change this consensus-based decision-making process. We should not allow to some countries which are violating the principles of OSCE to abuse their veto right. Also to have the right to eliminate them from the OSCE.
You think going forward, there will need to be a mechanism for ejecting members?
Yes. So we need to make OSCE more functional. And we as a country, we have concrete 5 steps based on our also negative experience, how to make amendments and to make this organization more efficient. So we need reforms, we need structural changes.
I suspect people will discuss that over lunch and far beyond. Thank you for that thought. Mr. Doughty, give us your thought on some of the new challenges and very briefly whether you see the OSCE as an organization capable of evolving and meeting new challenges.
Absolutely, I do, and the organisation has evolved and developed over the last 50 years. But I mean, and obviously, climate change and the climate crisis and energy security are absolutely crucial to the UK. They're at the heart of our government's plan, and obviously there is an important interlinkage with security there. But on the second question, I think this is one of the most fundamental threats to democracy, to freedom, and to the very principles that are in the Decalogue. We don't need to change the 10. but we do need to think about how they're interpreted and how there are threats to them in that new, particularly the information, cyber and hybrid challenges.
You could probably throw in the mass movement of peoples as well.
Absolutely, and look, we've got a lot of different challenges to our security, and again, those are huge priorities for us. But the particular threats that we see in the hybrid attacks, when you look at what Russia is not just doing conventionally to Ukraine in a devastating way, but what it's doing to destabilise democracy, society across the OSCE area, whether it's in Moldova, whether it's in the Caucasus, whether it's in the Balkans. We need to understand what is happening, build up resilience in societies, and governments working together and understanding those threats. So, for example, the work that the OSCE does on election monitoring needs to obviously take account of those new threats and the ways in which quite blatant attempts are being made to undermine democratic processes in all of our societies, including, in every part of the OSCE region. So we want to work very closely as the UK with countries to build up that resilience and to expose the threats and where they're coming from.
Well, in terms of misinformation and the whole information landscape, Stephen, you've got an important role to play. I mean, you've got your own fight to fight at the moment because you've got to make sure that Radio Free Europe survives. But leave aside your own battles, the battle to maintain a sort of a free and trust-based information landscape. Do you think the OSCE has got a meaningful role to play in that?
I'd say is I think OSCE has a vested interest in seeing us survive. We are programming.
You mean as Radio Free Europe?
Radio Free Europe survival I think is essential for anybody who's committed to democracy, freedom. We are operating in 23 different countries, 27 different languages. 19 of those countries are OSCE states. All the issues that are on there about the future, strengthening resiliency while upholding transparency, civil liberties, public trust, climate. One of our journalists is in prison in Azerbaijan, was thrown into prison 1 year ago right before the big climate conference. He's an economist. This is how much of a threat nations like Azerbaijan and others feel about this. And in Ukraine, we're doing documentaries that are documenting the atrocities that are absolutely war crimes in many cases, but we're also keeping a very close watch on anti-corruption measures. It's the complete picture. And I actually think any healthy society needs a commitment to that. And so we need to win. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty needs to survive. Russia and China and Iran are already prematurely celebrating our demise. I want to prove them wrong. We need the collective support, though, in order to get through this.
Well, you certainly made a strong pitch, so thank you very much for that, Stephen. And Minister Batmunke, if I can end with you and your thoughts about the ability of the OSCE to meet new challenges, as well as, of course, continue to focus on core security issues, which are part of its DNA.
Yes, now we are in the transitional period, I think. The world is changing. We are moving forward with the new order. So we must end the war, and all member states facing these challenges. I think especially the hybrid threats, that's our main challenge. So EC should determine the exactly current situation, to study all kinds of threats, all kinds of challenges, and invest more on solving these problems, especially the hybrid threats.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I was told that Finns are extraordinarily passionate about being punctual. And I'm deep into the red zone with the timer here, so forgive me for that, but this discussion has been fascinating to me, and we've got different voices, different perspectives. I wanted everybody to have a fair shake. I must stop talking now because you guys all deserve lunch, but before you go, please give our panel the very warmest applause. Thank you so much, panel. And we'll remain here for a second. I think Mikko might want to come back just to tell you exactly about lunch arrangements. I don't know if Mikko is here. But if he doesn't want to come back, then I will simply tell you, lunch is served, and we'll see you all this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. Ah, Mikko, you are here. There you are.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Let's give one round of applause for the great panel and great moderator.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the lunch and perhaps some Finnish sunshine, and also participated in some of the side events. I want to remind you of our online participation platform. You can see the QR code here behind me, and during the next panel you will have a chance to see a question posed for you on the online platform, and your answers will form a word cloud that we will all see. Our next panel is called Respond. How can states and civil society jointly address threats to peace, human rights, and democracy? It's my pleasure to invite to the stage our moderator, Ms. Katri Makkonen, and our esteemed panelists. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Fajon, President Emerita of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Ms. Pia Kauma, Secretary General of International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, Dr. Kevin Casas Zamora, and Head of Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Ms. Alexandra Matvichuk. And contrary to earlier information, Ambassador Helga Maria Schmidt is unable to join us today. But panel, please, the stage is yours.
We're still saying hello here. Hi. I'm glad that the panelists already started their discussion, and soon you will be able to hear it. So, good afternoon, everyone. As we've already heard today, and as we all know, in recent years we've seen a growing assault on democratic values and human rights all over the world, both from within and beyond states. War has returned to Europe, civic space is shrinking, and public trust in institutions is being tested. So you, our four distinguished panelists, will be addressing the pressing question. Like Mikko said, how can states and civil society work together to address rising threats to peace, human rights, and democracy? Minister Fajon, Ms. Kauma, Secretary General Casas Zamora, and Ms. Matvichuk, a warm welcome and thank you for being here. If you don't mind, I will start by reading a quote. Already earlier on, somebody mentioned the OSCE Charter of Paris, the Charter for a New Europe from November 1990. Bear with me. Europe is liberating itself from the legacy of the past, the courage of men and women, the strength of the will of the peoples, and the power of the ideas of the Helsinki Final Act have opened a new era of democracy, peace, and unity in Europe. Ours is a time for fulfilling the hopes and expectations our peoples have cherished for decades. Steadfast commitment to democracy based on human rights and fundamental freedoms, prosperity through economic liberty and social justice, and equal security for all our countries. Europe, whole and free, is calling for a new beginning. We invite our peoples to join in this great endeavor. It was 1990 and it was called a new era of democracy. How would you define the era that we are living in now? Minister Fajon, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Get closer to the microphone.
A bit closer,
great.
yes. Thank you so much. I mean, I yesterday came directly here from New York, from the General Assembly, where we had a peace conference. And I will do my personal analysis of what I'm observing. We are very weakened when we speak about institutions, and as you mentioned, when we speak about the respect of democracy, the respect of the rule of law, international humanitarian law. We live in times with the highest number of armed conflicts around the globe, with the highest number of civilian deaths. That's among humanitarian workers, that's among journalists, and with a very vague interpretations within the governments how to respect those
fundamental principles which most of, at least here in the room, are committed to. We see that societies, and you mentioned the civic space, is shrinking. Of course, when you live in times where we as politicians, and I will be also self-critical, or the governments, are not committed to the principles. And we have many governments, and I won't say just worldwide, but also in Europe, that are not committed to all these 10 principles that we are speaking today about. We see the conflicts, the Minsk conflict today, the deadly attack again in Ukraine and the Russian aggression in Ukraine, that is really affecting us and affecting us for 2 years, but also affecting the world order severely. When I mentioned yesterday I came from New York, and just today we have a request to have an emergent Security Council session on Ukraine, at the same time we see big inefficiency when it comes to respect of principles and the efficiency of the institutions. Same speaking with OSCE, I strongly commend that the civil society is engaged, because we have to go back to the roots, and we have to go back. I think we are at a very crucial cross point, how to recommit to these principles that Helsinki Final Act has, but not only the other institutions and the world order we belong to. I fear that we are living in times of the rules of the power and not power of the rules. And for a country like Slovenia, and we are really trying to commit to principles equally to all conflicts around the world, be it Ukraine, be it suffering in Gaza, be it Sudan or other armed conflicts that we are facing, or environmental crisis or other crises, we try to really address with the same principles. We have to ask ourselves as politicians, or those that have responsibility, are we doing so? Are we doing so as Europeans? And I dare to say no. And this is our challenge. If we want to be serious, and also that the civic society or the young people are respecting us, that we have our credibility, we have first to give a model. So really to govern with the principles and show the good example.
What about you, Ms. Kauma? What era are we living in?
Well, maybe first of all, we could go back in time 50 years, when the Helsinki Final Act was agreed to and signed. At that time, I was only an 8-year-old girl living in Joensuu, which is about 80 kilometers from the Russian border. Obviously, being that young at that time, I don't remember much of that, but I do remember my parents and my grandparents telling about the harsh times in Finland after the war, and how it affected all of us. And it made me think that it takes generations to recover from that kind of aggression. So, on the other hand, when I think of the world at that time, it was more simple in the way that there were actually 2 camps, East and West. And from that point of view, our political life today is much more fragmented. There are not only 2 camps, but there are several camps inside each camp, and also the fact that authoritarianism is in the rise. And there seems to be very little that people within those countries which this prevails are able to do about it. And even it seems to me that sometimes politicians are not even willing to. They are submitted to that kind of rule. And that is really devastating. And I could say that, for example, today and the whole time of January, from January to this day, every time I open the social media or any news media, I never know what to expect. because the world can be completely upside down. And that is a little bit scary because you don't have any tools how to react to that. And also, the world is more complicated in the sense that you have artificial intelligence, you have social media where you have lots of disinformation available, and at the end of the day you don't really know what to trust. So there is a lot of uncertainty in this world today. But on the other hand, I don't want to be only pessimistic or negative, thinking of our lives 50 years ago. Today, for example, the life expectancy of Europeans is 10 years more than it used to be. There is more freedom, freedom of speech and expression and all kinds of freedoms in the European countries on the whole. And all kinds of improvements in the quality of life have taken place since that time. So there are also positive signs, not just negative signs in the place.
Air of uncertainty. Ms. Matvichuk, you obviously come from Ukraine, so your point of view is very special.
I don't know how historians in future will call this historical period, but we happen to live in very turbulent times. The world order, which is based on UN Charter and international law, is collapsing before our eyes. The work of Security Council is paralyzed. Now it's easy to predict that such fires, like wars, can emerge more and more often in different parts of the globe, because the international wiring is faulty and sparks are everywhere. The problem is not just in fact that in authoritarian countries the space for freedom is shrinking to the size to the prison cell. The problem is that even in well-developed democracies, people start to put into questions the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And there are reasons for this. The current generation in well-developed democracies, they inherited their democracy from their grandparents. They have never fought for it. They start to take freedom and human rights for granted. They became consumers of democracy. They consider freedom as a possibility to make a choice between different cheeses in supermarket. But the problem is that freedom is very fragile. You can't attend your security, your freedom, once and forever. We make our own choice every day, and we Ukrainians know it. Because for us, battle for freedom is not just words. We are paying the highest price just for a chance to build a free, democratic country. And I don't want to finish on the negative mode, so let me, based on my own experience, tell you that when we can't rely on the legal instruments, when we can't rely on international system of peace and security, we can still rely on people. We get used to thinking through the categories of states and interstate organizations, but ordinary people have a much greater power that they can even imagine.
Thank you. And Secretary General Casas Zamora, please.
Thank you, Katri. And let me start by expressing my appreciation for the kind invitation to be here. And let me also state for the record that I'm very happy and very proud to be surrounded by women leaders. That's a sign of the times, and I hope also a sign of the way in which more panels will be organized. Look, the quote that you read is the kind of thing that we saw in the 90s, precisely. It was a time of optimism. That was the time when international idea was created, by the way, because it was thought at the time that the apparently irresistible march of democracy would continue forever. And we know better now. And it was, I guess, a mirage to think that the triumph of democracy and freedom was irreversible. I mean, now we know that there are a lot of setbacks along the way. If I were to characterize what we're seeing now, I would say three things, and some of them have been mentioned here already. Number one, we're living in a world that is deeply unequal. Number two, a world that is riddled with mistrust. And number three, a world of radical, profound uncertainty. And we can have a long conversation about the sources of that uncertainty, but I can think of a few. I mean, the fact that, as has been mentioned here, that the set of rules that emerged from the ashes of the Second World War, a set of rules conceived to prevent the return of the world to the darkness of the first half of the 20th century, this is collapsing before our eyes. Well, that makes for a lot of uncertainty, but if on top of that you have the climate crisis, you have the irresistible eruption of artificial intelligence, you have an increase in migration flows, you have an increase in conflict, you have a witch's brew. And it's actually demonstrable how that uncertainty, that radical uncertainty that we're seeing around us, is generating a measurable increase in anxiety everywhere. And with this I finish. I mean, one of the things, and this touches directly upon some of the things that International IDEA does, and anyone who cares about democracy, when uncertainty levels go through the roof, there's a very human impulse to find authoritarian styles of leadership very attractive. Stability, order, the restoration of predictability is the currency that is peddled by authoritarian leaders and that a lot of people out there are craving for. So it's not entirely surprising that we're seeing what we're seeing.
So not only the era of uncertainty, but the era of radical uncertainty. I want to engage the audience now. You've already used the Menti app during this event, so please take out your mobile phones and please answer the question. And the question is, what do you see as the biggest threat facing democracy right now? And we will hopefully be getting a huge word cloud out of your answers. And while the audience is answering, you did touch upon it, but I'm going to ask the same question from you. And I hope that you're a bit shorter than you were in the first question. What is the biggest threat facing democracy? And let's start with Ms. Matvichuk.
Because I am from the country which resisted from Russian aggression, I know that war has not just military, but also informational dimensions. And modern authoritarian regimes, they have no common ideologies, but they promote common narratives. They attack truth. So probably my answer to your question will be that the attack against truth is one of the main challenges for current democracies, because our world was rapidly changed. We spent more and more time in digital reality, which overloaded with fakes, hate, disinformation, propaganda. It leads to a situation that people start to lose their ability to make distinction between truth and lie. Now we have a situation when inhabitants from the same small community, they have no more a shared sense of reality. But without a shared sense of reality, people have no common actions. Without common actions, we will lose our freedom and democracy. So we have to overcome this challenge. We have to return to ethics, that facts matter, truth matters, freedom matter.
Attack against truth. What about you, Ms. Kauma?
On one hand, authoritarian way of ruling the country, and on the other, disinformation and polarization of opinions, so that there are no longer shades of gray, but everything is black and white, and that there's not enough willingness from the politicians to build bridges so that people could actually understand each other, really understand each other. And I paid attention to Secretary General's speech today, as maybe all of you did, and one of the points that he made was that, first of all, we have to make sure that this war ends soon. And after that, that Helsinki principles will be respected. But the third point he made was that when all that is done, we will have to find out what were the real reasons for the war and why we were not able to tackle it early enough. We have lost too many lives because of this war. But saying this, I want to underline that whatever the reason from the point of view of Russia, it is never good enough to start a war. Never.
And I think many people would, not agree with that, that if we seek answers, what was the reason, then we are playing their game. But Secretary General Casas Zamora.
Sure. I mean, I won't repeat some of the things that have been said here. I certainly agree with the notion that the attack on the truth is fundamental. But I'm actually quite surprised when I see the word...
Do not quote the word cloud yet, because we haven't shown it to the audience.
Okay,
let's show
I'll
it
give
to
you a
the
preview.
Audience. Let's show it to the audience.
I'll give you a sneak preview. I mean, I'm very surprised not to see inequality there.
It's not ready yet, I think. Yeah, but okay, you're right. We can see it, some of it.
As a fundamental threat to democracy. I mean, look, guys.
There it is.
For 40 years, we've chosen to believe the myth that it's possible to build robust, vibrant democratic systems amidst ever-increasing levels of inequality in the world. And it so happens that a lot of the anger that is out there, anger, by the way, that is the fertile ground on which disinformation thrives, a lot of the anger has to do not simply with the perceived inability of democratic systems to deliver, as it is often said, is something more specific. It's about the perceived inability, and in some cases, the real inability of democratic systems to deliver fairness. So, to me, deep inequality and growing inequality, extreme inequality, is as important a threat to democracy as any other I can think of.
Minister Fajon.
I don't think I have a single or a simple question to that, and I see that also on the screen is pretty much the same. But listening to all of them, I could agree with everything. I was thinking about disrespect or distrust. On one hand, citizens to institutions, between the countries, to the rules, what I was saying before, and of course, we are living in times of disinformation, fake news, now challenged with artificial intelligence. I used to be a journalist, and I see how difficult it is also for a politician in this atmosphere to pass the credible message, because it's really vanishing throughout, and people pick up with the emotions what they feel is right. So we are living in very challenging times, apart from disrespect and distrust and no respect of the UN Charter or the rules and the order of the rules. But taking all that into account, every pillar of the society has its own responsibility. Be it media, be it civil society, be it governments, be it judicial systems, everyone. And I think this all together has to function. And it is not functioning the way we want to see it.
It's actually quite surprising to see so many different themes being brought up by the audience. Thank you very much for pitching in. But disinformation, like Ms. Matvichuk, you said, is actually the biggest word here. Yes, Ms. Kauma, you wanted to comment?
Yes, I wanted to add one thing, and that is that, as we all know, OSCE is a platform for dialogue, and it has been such for 50 years. But I think that there's a place for improvement for us, because I'm not sure how thoroughly we are able to listen to each other, to understand the real motives and fears and drivers of the other people in other countries. Do we truly understand what the other person is saying? So very often, for example, I speak about the parliamentary assembly side. We come to our meetings and sessions with readily prepared speeches, and then we are just ready to distribute it, to deliver the speech, regardless of what the others are saying. So I think we should enter more and more into real dialogue where we listen to each other more profoundly and try to understand the real reasons why somebody is thinking the way he does.
Well, a thing that we all know that is happening right now is that military spending is on the rise. Russian aggression, together with other geopolitical trends, have pushed us towards a securitized world. What effect do you think that has on human rights and democracy? Somebody said this morning that threats to democracy must not be encountered by undemocratic means, and I kind of connected these ideas. Do you want to comment? Ms. Fayon, please.
I can maybe just give a reflection of the discussions we have in our society, and also one of the principles, or several of the principles, how to settle the disputes, searching for political solutions, etc. We always strive for peace and for a political solution and for a dialogue. And of course, no one wants to see wars, like war in Ukraine. But how to remain principled with all these crises that are around the world? Looking today, and sorry to come back to it, but looking how we are responding to famine and starvation and killings in Gaza or elsewhere, we have to be principled, and we have to show that to our societies. Maybe I'm a bit too critical, but we see a lot of hypocrisies also, and maybe that was one of the words mentioned there, capitalism. If you don't act and you remain silent, this, I think, it's wrong when you need to act. And this is currently happening a lot, looking into the world that is deeply polarized with a lot of transactional relations, what we heard already today several times. We really have to go back to and recommit to our principles that we speak today.
Go ahead.
Look, to your question, Katri, I don't know, honestly, what the effect of the securitization of the debate will be on democracy. But I'll tell you what my fear is. My fear is that we may come to see efforts to defend democracy as an afterthought and not as a core component of a well-thought-out security strategy for Europe in particular. And I think that would be a profound mistake. And don't take my word for it. Think for a second that a fully functioning democracy in Russia with checks and balances and electoral integrity and all the other elements of democracy would have not invaded Ukraine. So if you care about security and peace in Europe, you should care about democracy. And not just out of principle, it's also that we have a historical precedent. I mean, democracy and liberalism won the Cold War not just because we threw military hardware at the problem. We won a political argument in the hearts and the minds of people of countries that were oppressed. I mean, the people that came out in mass in 1989 with lanterns on the streets of Europe was a political argument that was won. And finally, you know, when we see all this trend to increase defense outlays, which is fully understandable, it's a dangerous world out there. I mean, I can fully understand that. But we have to stop and think for a second, what is it that we're trying to defend? And when that question is asked, particularly to politicians, the standard answer is to say, well, we're trying to defend our way of life. That's too generic an answer. To me, in the case of Europe, our way of life is democracy and respect for human rights. So, you know, we better invest in that to make sure that what we're trying to defend is worth defending.
Of course, the subject of our discussion is how can states and civil society work together to address rising threats to peace, human rights, and democracy? And Ms. Matvichuk, you've said that militaries are speaking now because civil society voices have not been heard before. What do you mean?
I mean that Helsinki Accord was established on unbreakable link between human rights, security, and economic development. But civil society was increasingly excluded from the first political military and second economic environmental dimension dialogues. And probably we was heard in HDAM, but not in permanent council, not in rooms where political decisions were taking place. I mean that I often heard, being a human rights lawyer, that human rights are important, but economic benefits, geopolitical interests, and security concerns are even more significant. The fault of this approach is that peace and human rights are inextricably linked, and states that grossly violate human rights provide us threats not just for their own citizens, but to the peace and security in general. And Russia now, it's a vivid example. And I mean that we have to change this approach. We have to make a shift from state-centered security to human security, because global security starts from human security. The spirit of Helsinki Act is important more than ever. We have to return this link between these three dimensions. And dramatic times, they always attest for true leadership, true courage, true responsibility. We are not hostages of these circumstances. We are participants of this historical process.
How do you comment on what Ms. Matvichuk just said, that we need a shift to human security? I think, Minister Fajon, you in your opening remarks, you said that civic space is under attack or shrinking, even in liberal democracies. Yes, okay, you can start, please.
Yes, as president of the OSCE, I used to visit many countries within the OSCE region, and I often met with civil society organizations when I went to a new country. And I think that the most important thing that the politicians can do is to ensure legal protection for civil society organizations, because very often they came to me and they were scared about their own safety. And I think that is a very scary part of democracy, if civil society organizations have to be scared about their own safety, if they can really express their ideas, or if they can convene or publish their ideas anywhere. And when it comes to, let's say, more advanced, as far as democracy is concerned, I think it's very important that we invite civil society organizations to participate in designing our laws, because they have the first-hand information. They represent the people. So it's very important to listen to them before issuing or signing any new laws into effect.
I see you nodding your head.
I would like to say my experience, at least in Slovenia, our government is currently really engaging a lot with civil society. We had times that was not the case. And I think it's extremely important to roll out, the layers that we engage civil society, listen to that voice. And I also, as a minister, whenever I travel around, and before you mentioned that 90s were a positive era, I lived through bloody wars in the Western Balkans when Yugoslavia fell apart. And whenever I travel, and especially with our direct neighborhood to the countries that are very fragile, and there is a lot of young brain drain, and also the civil society doesn't have the say, I always meet with the representatives of the civil society, because they're the best watchdog of what the governments are doing. And they can control and they can be critical, and I always encourage them, be a voice, be strong voice, and also I encourage the governments, engage the civil society at your work, because it has to be also from the bottom to the top that you have this trust and respect, and you can really work in an efficient way.
Katri, let me say something about this issue of civil society, because at International IDEA we publish every year a report on the global state of democracy. Stay tuned, because there's one coming up, by the way. And we measure the performance of democracies in 4 key areas: representation, rule of law, rights, and participation. And there's plenty of bad news, right? The one piece of good news that our reports for the past 3 or 4 years, ever since the pandemic, have detected is that the participatory element of democracy remains very strong, globally. And it's not electoral participation, by the way, it's civic participation. People continue all over the world to organize themselves to hold public officials to account, to demand things from the powers that be. This is very, very robust all over the world. So 2 things can be true at the same time. Civic space is shrinking, and many governments are clamping down, but the appetite for civic participation continues to grow. And I would say that at this point, given all the bad news that we're getting when it comes to the workings of representative institutions, when it comes to the rule of law, really the energy to renew the democratic project comes from the side of civil society and civic participation.
How is it for you, Ms. Matvichuk? Are you free to act in the Ukraine?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Are you free to do your work? I know you are, of course, pro-Ukraine, but still you're part of the civil society. Can you say what you want and act as you want?
I am a human rights lawyer, which means that I'm applying the law to defend people and human dignity for many years. But now I found myself in a situation when the law doesn't work, when Russia launched full-scale invasion against my country and started to commit horrible atrocities, I have no legal tools how to stop them. Today, we presented here the the manifest of civil society on behalf of the largest human rights network in the OSCE region, which is called Civil Solidarity Platform. And the core of this manifest is a very simple question: how we people who live in 21st century will defend human beings, their rights, their freedom, their human dignity. Can we rely on the law, or does just brutal force matter? And answer to this question is important not just for people in Ukraine. The answer to this question will define our common future. So I am now in a situation when the law doesn't work, but I do believe that it's temporary, that we will find a way, that we will relaunch Helsinki process to effectively face the threats for which this organization was created. We need decisive actions. And I believe that we can do it together because we face these challenges together.
You mentioned the OSCE. Now that the space for civic action is narrowing, what can outsiders do, such as organizations like the OSCE, to help the NGOs, to help civic action be freer?
I think the answer is, again, dialogue. And that is the dialogue with the real decision makers of the country.
But is there real dialogue?
I think we have to keep up the real dialogue, even though it's difficult. We have to pursue that. We cannot give up on that. And also, it's the responsibility of the decision makers to promote good governance. And also media literacy and good education for the people so that they will be able to cope with the new world. I have a lot of expectations for our youth and new generation, but that also depends a lot on what kind of resources and possibilities the decision makers are offering to them. Now, for example, that many countries have decided to invest a lot in defense, which is inevitable. But at the same time, we have other threats in the world as well, like, for example, climate change and very many health issues that should be addressed. But now all our money goes to defense. So one way or another, we will have to find enough money for other purposes as well, like educating our young generation so that they have a good planet to live on in the future.
The biggest word in the word cloud was disinformation, seen as the biggest threat facing democracy. And we see countries like Russia setting up governmental NGOs, creating confusion, creating disinformation. Is there something that could and should be done about this? I mean, are we paying enough attention to this misinformation that is really affecting us?
I think we're always a step behind because the development is that fast when you look at the digital platforms. But what we just recently created together in the countries in the Western Balkan region with France, Slovenia and Montenegro, a center to fight hybrid activities, cyber activities, to educate, to train people from throughout the region. But this is only one of the things. It was interesting for me what you asked before to understand what and how we can make a dialogue with the civil society. I think first we have to do some homework, some necessary steps within the OSCE, and we lengthily discussed that today, how to make organization more efficient, how to make stronger resilience. And when you speak about peace and security, you mentioned, yes, we do invest a lot in a defense, but I see security also in many other aspects. When you look to the quality of life of our citizens. So we have to take all these comprehensive security aspects together. This is not directly a question to you, but we have a lot of tasks to do, and then we will be capable and strong and empowered to engage civil society in a dialogue. So it's a complicated process, but we have to be committed to it, and we have to show some guidance to it.
Are we not committed to it? Because
I can say, I mean, if you ask me, strongly committed, but if you look at the situation on the ground, what we did analysis before, I would say that to all these principles, all the governments, members of the OSCE are not really committed. So we have to re-engage, recommit, do something out of the box to be more efficient.
I saw you agreeing.
Look, I imagine that there's a lot that can be done with regards to this information, but to be brutally honest, we are at a loss as to how to go about it. And we are at a loss because some of the things, or all of the things that need to be done, involve regulating in some kind of way the big purveyors of this information, which are the social media platforms. And we haven't figured that one out. Unless we deal with the question of the algorithms in some sort of way, which obviously involves the private sector, and unless we accept that what we are already seeing, and certainly what we will see in the next few years, is the greatest concentration of power in private hands that the world has ever seen, unless we accept that as a basic premise and are ready to act against that concentration of power, I don't think nothing we do will be effective. And that includes, by the way, I'll be very careful with what I say here, but given the size of the concentration of power that we're going to certainly see in the next few years, the question of expropriation needs to be considered.
You said that you're going to be very careful here. Why do you need to be careful?
Because I'm not sure about what I'm saying. But...
Thank you for the honesty.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. All I'm saying is that the concentration of power that we already have upon us is of such magnitude that we really have to start thinking about extraordinary measures of different kinds. At the very least, regulating the way in which social media platforms are working today and shaping our reality.
Ms. Kauma, you wanted to comment?
Yes, I was also saying something about the digital platforms, because it seems to be that they have the biggest power at the moment. So because they have the possibility to steer the algorithms in such a way that they can really influence people's opinions, especially before elections, but also otherwise. For example, misogynistic ideas can be spread through social media, and that has been done already. So that there has been aggression towards young women because of that, and also radicalization and recruiting for terroristic purposes, and all that can be done through social media unless there is somebody really to restrict that. So at least the logic of how the algorithms work should be transparent, if not anything else.
Mm. Is this really something that we can fight? I mean, the narrowing of the civic space, the eroding of democracy, or is it some kind of l'air du temps, something that is just happening and we're aware of it, we're trying to do things, but can we really fight it? Am I being pessimistic here?
Not unless you're willing to consider very unpleasant options. Because what I didn't say before was that this concentration of power is not simply an unprecedented concentration of power, it's essentially unaccountable power. And that's what is truly disturbing.
Ms.
I support the idea that big tech companies have to be more responsible for the future world, which their own children will be inherited. But let me tell you about another aspect of the problem. I interviewed a young woman who was illegally detained in Donetsk. She was brutally beaten. She told me that she begged not to beat her because she was pregnant. And she got answer from Russian that because you have pro-Ukrainian sympathy, which is okay for citizens of Ukraine, have pro-Ukrainian sympathy. So your child has no right to be born. But then they changed their mind. They told, okay, we will release you if you will tell Russian journalists that you are snipers. For sure, she agreed. She can tell that she is Batman. So Russian journalists arrived, and they make this interview, and one detail shocked me, that they ask her to sit in a pose to hide her pregnancy because it's ruined the whole plot that she's a sniper. So it was in 2015. I'm afraid that just in a year or 2 years or 3 years, it will be even no necessity to make all this huge operation. You can just take several seconds of your voice and your images and make this interview without any such external manipulations. And these technologies now become more and more accessible, not only for authoritarian governments, but just for people, literally. And when I start to think how we can overcome this challenge, the honest answer, I don't know. But I have a hypothesis that we will not overcome this challenge of technologies just with technologies. We have to change something in our human behavior.
Please.
Yeah, may I just the answer to your question? Yes, yes, we can. I mean, it sounds somehow familiar. But if you look, whenever in our countries human rights are violated, people are not that naive. They go out on the streets, they peacefully demonstrate. So we have to be encouraged by that and grab and seize this opportunity to understand what they are telling us.
One of you said wisely in the beginning that we are not merely spectators, we are actors in what's going on. And like Minister Fajon, you said, yes, we can. So that means that we need to take action. So as a final question to each and every one of you, what would be your call for action for, I mean, here in the audience we have people who are already acting, we have people from all over doing a lot of things, but what should people do? What can we do to keep the Helsinki principles alive? I know it's a big question, but you know, we're talking about dialogue, we're talking about decisive steps, but what can we really do? Whoever wants to start, I know it's a big question, but I think it's a start.
I think it all comes down to us, ourselves. 57 countries, 11 partnering countries. We each of us have a delegation, or also parliamentary delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly, and we have a responsibility to live up to those principles in our own countries.
But how?
By making such legislation that is really compliant with those principles, and also making sure that the division of powers will respect that.
I think that we will never reach our goal to maintain security and human rights guarantees if we will think that this is a job just for human rights lawyers, or for diplomats, or for experts, or for militaries. Values of society always prevail. We have to involve people. People have to protect their freedom and to maintain their security. What do I mean? Let me describe this with our own Ukrainian example. I will remind you, when 3 years ago, Russia started large-scale war, not just Putin, but also all our international partners were confident that we have no ability to resist to such enormous opposing power. I was in Kyiv. We refused to evacuate, and with a part of my team, we continue our work on the ground. But I remember how international organizations and international embassies evacuated their personnel. But ordinary people remained, and ordinary people started to do extraordinary things. It were ordinary people who took people out from the ruined cities. It were ordinary people who helped to survive under artillery's fire. It were ordinary people who broke through the encirclement to provide humanitarian aid, and suddenly it became obvious that ordinary people fighting for their freedom and human dignity are stronger than even the second army in the world. And what this story is about, that people have power. We have to be honest with our citizens. We have to explain them that, unfortunately, decades of freedom, which we have after the fall of Berlin Wall, gone. We're now in the era turbulence. We are in the fight for the new world order. We have to take responsibility on our shoulders. And I look in future with optimism, while I don't see that it will be easy. It will be very difficult. But I know that future is not just unclear, it's also not pre-written. And this means that we still have a chance to fight for future we want for us and for our children. And this is a huge luxury to have a chance.
You want to add something? Because I was thinking that this might be a great last
I can
comment.
compete with that level of inspiration. I mean, I'll be more prosaic. Look, I think that democracy and human rights and liberal principles, all the things that presumably we'll care about deeply here, will live dangerously until we take the huge problems of the concentration of power very seriously, until we take extreme inequality seriously, which calls, if you're asking me for concrete things, Katri, at the very least, we should have been able years ago to do something about tax havens. Don't tell me that that's not possible.
Let's not go there now.
So, taking inequality seriously and taking uncertainty seriously, which means that we have to renegotiate social contracts for a new time. For a new time in ways that provide for greater certainty for people to go about their lives, which means, among other things, that the welfare state, as we know it, will have to be deeply reformed, including in ways that would probably lead us to consider options as complicated and as difficult as universal basic income. Because otherwise, democracy and human rights and the things we care about will live dangerously for as far as the eye can see.
And Minister Fayon, you get the last word.
Yeah, it's not easy to conclude, but legislation is necessary, but it's not necessarily good enough if it's not implemented. We need definitely independent bodies, institutions. We need independent media as a strong watchdog of the governments. We need to empower civil society, young people, and engage them. And I think we mostly need to listen to each other, and not only to listen, to hear each other and understand each other. And I think, to conclude on a positive note, that we are listening each other now throughout the day. It's a good outcome if we send this message out to the world.
Let's do that. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, and good luck.
Thank you for moderating this session, Ms. Makkonen, and thank you to all our incredible panelists for this very inspiring, touching, and thought-provoking panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give one more round of applause for this great panel. Our next panel is called Prepare. What can we learn from the past 50 years, and what are our aspirations for the next 50? It is my privilege to invite to the stage our moderator, again, Mr. Stephen Sacker, and our panelists. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism of Malta, Mr. Jan Borš, please. Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania, Mr. Igli Hasani. Former Czech dissident, member of the board of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, Dr. Martin Palous. And environmental and human rights defender, Ms. Helena Gualinga. And due to an unexpected delay, Minister Delegate for Europe of France, Mr. Benjamin Haddad, is running late, and we will have to see if he makes it in time for the panel at some point of the panel. With no further ado, please, the stage is yours.
Mikko, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well done for getting back here on time, pretty much. I hope you've had the rocket fuel of coffee, juice, and chocolate cake and whatever else, because this is the last sort of session of the day, and I'm well aware that, you know, having concentrated through some high-fiber discussion and keynotes already, you know, energy may be flagging, but I can promise you this debate is going to be stimulating, it's going to be interesting, and I'm sure it'll hold your attention for the next 50 minutes or so. We've got then one more panel and closing thoughts, and that is our day done. But I'm delighted to say I've got a terrific panel here to both look back and look forward. It seems to me, and probably you would agree with me, that many of these debates we're having about the Helsinki Final Act and its resonance, they overlap. You know, some of the ideas from the different panels overlap with each other. We're covering some of the same ground, but I'm trying to be quite focused in this debate. We're going to try to make sense of the history and learn lessons from it, but then very much cast forward and think about the next 5 decades and what the past can teach us about what we must prioritize in the future. Mikko mentioned the panel, but I'll just very briefly introduce them one more time. We've got Ian Borge from Malta, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism. We have the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania, Igli Hasani, and we're delighted you could join us. Thank you very much, Minister, for being here with us. We also have Helena Gualinga, who is an environmental and human rights campaigner. Her background is Finnish Ecuadorian, and Helena tells me she spends a lot of time actually on the ground working with activists and running campaigns in environmental protection, conservation and action in Ecuador, focused on the rainforest in Ecuador. But we're delighted you could be here in Helsinki today with us, Helena. And then we're also delighted to be joined by Dr. Martin Paluš, who is a Czech dissident of many years standing, going back to the period before 1989. He's a member of the board of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. And actually, Martin, because I've just read out a tiny bit of your history, I'm going to start with you. We've had a lot of discussion today about the origins of the Helsinki process and 1975 and this very place being so important with the final signature declaration of the Helsinki Final Act. You, at the time, I believe, were what, 25 years old, a young man in Soviet-controlled, really, I mean, part of the Soviet Empire, Czechoslovakia. What did the Helsinki Final Act mean to you then?
I would say that we were blissfully ignorant.
Blissfully ignorant.
Even Václav Havel, who published a letter to Dr. Husák in April of 1975, which means a couple of months before the event here, had no idea. Even he didn't know that Dr. Husák would become in a couple of weeks president of Czechoslovakia, and so was signing the act here. So our motivation was more existential, maybe philosophical, and we were learning about Helsinki process by experience. What I would like only to stress is that when we speak about the future, we always need to ask ourselves how we understood future in the past. For us, future in the 1975 was not well defined. We were doing this thing for existential reason, not expecting anything, but then making our experience, and our experience was very interesting, and then it helped me to make a transition in my life from dissident through, let's say, velvet revolutionary. I was then deputy foreign minister and ambassador, so I had also an opportunity to see diplomatic things from that perspective. But 75 was zero knowledge.
Interesting that at the time you were ignorant of the whole Helsinki process, but when you learned about it, and I'm guessing through the course of what, 1976, 77, it would become a thing. People would start discussing the importance of this document that the Czech government had signed up to.
You know, but we had no idea what was happening between 71 and 75 in Tivoli and in Geneva, and how all these diplomats were preparing the final document. It was not our turf. Our turf was that it was a connection with, although Czechoslovakia was the last country that ratified two international human rights conventions, and then they came into force, 76.
But when you heard that, you know, all these signatories, including the United States and all of Western Europe, had signed a document which was shared by your government, when you finally got to, I want to know whether it emboldened you, you know, the whole Charter 77 movement, and did it make you feel that your cause was being shared by others, that you were part of something bigger?
Well, I think it was bigger. In our case, it was more existential. Even I remember law school in Prague said then loud and clear that international obligations made by the Czechoslovak government couldn't be seen as a source of rights of citizens. Citizens had their rights defined in the constitution. Maybe it was corresponding to certain principles of Helsinki Conference, but we had to, I think, work creatively and hard to establish for ourselves a place in interstate international communications. It happened. It is possible that a human dimension turned out to be a real fact. But for us, in the very beginning, 75, 76, and when Charter 77 was published in the early days of January 1977, still it was not very clear how this game would be played by our government, by international partners, and obviously by us as a dissidents, as a group of dissidents.
Well, that is an interesting perspective. Minister Hassani, if I'm right in saying Albania, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Albania was the one European country in 75 that was adamantly opposed to the whole Helsinki process, refused, of course, to sign it.
I have to correct you.
Oh, go on then.
The communist Albania.
Communist Albania. Well, yeah, but Albania as it was constituted at the time.
No, but it's a big difference to understand what we're talking and why we're here today.
Totally. That's my point. I mean, Enver Hoxha, you had the only true Stalinist.
The Stalinist regime
was in your country.
This regime
wanted no part of the Helsinki process.
Not the people.
Right. So, forgive my rudeness, but were you alive in 75?
Fortunately not. Unfortunately for my family, not. Unfortunately because my country has gone through the most incredible possibilities of isolation, and I link the whole OSCE approach with another event. That is the summit of 1990, the summit in Paris, where I was a teenager, and I connect everything with, since I heard some of the speakers earlier today, I connect everything with the Scorpions, with the wind of change.
All right.
With all the good possibilities that were coming, with all the good institutions that were being introduced, democracy, rule of law, free market economies. These three concepts have defined the history of Albania since 1990 up until today. And Albania, the Stalinist regime of Albania was not in this room 50 years ago, but in 1991, we embraced all the principles of the Helsinki Final Act without negotiating them, convinced that those were and still are the right path.
And I think the Balkans has a lot to teach us about the evolution of the OSCE, because of course, you know, Europe saw conflict, terrible conflict in the 1990s. Albania was indirectly involved, but thank God not as a battlefield, but nonetheless you had to watch what was happening in Kosovo, and you had to watch the collapse of Yugoslavia. And so as we're learning lessons from the past, reflect for me, if you would, on the importance of the OSCE, which clearly was involved, monitoring, scrutinizing, trying to spread the notion that, you know, the importance of the inviolability of borders, of recognizing sovereignty. This is difficult in the internal collapse of a nation, which was Yugoslavia. But what do you think the OSCE learned from the Balkans, and what did the Balkans learn about the OSCE?
The OSCE brought hope. Brought hope to people that were in the middle of many difficulties, including wars. Brought hope to individuals that wanted to see a better future for themselves. And it was one of those mechanisms that was introduced to Albania and other countries in the region that we benefited a lot. There have been presences in all our countries of the OSCE for a long time now. If I'm not mistaken, North Macedonia has been the very first country having an OSCE presence, and then Albania and others. Has brought the consolidation of institutions, the possibilities to defend and increase the rule of law, and to create a free market economy. These are concepts that in the West are taken for granted. Behind the Iron Curtain, these were non-existent. And it was thanks to these mechanisms that we are here today where we are.
And when you hear cynicism about the OSCE today, and people saying, you know what, first of all, the events of February 2022 illustrate the fact that in a world of geopolitical nationalism, of might is right politics, the OSCE really has nothing to contribute. What's your perspective on that? Do you think people are underestimating the continued importance of it?
Albania chaired the OSCE in 2020 in difficult conditions, nothing to compare with 2022 on. But I think we managed to reach consensus even in difficult situations when consensus was seen as an impossibility. Because this is the organization of the non-like-minded nations, the non-like-minded countries. And we have to work and we have to continue to deliver.
But it is, yes, non-like-minded nations, you have to have a dialogue, work out how to deal with each other and respect each other. But it is, in the end, driven by consensus. And if you cannot achieve consensus, what can you actually do?
Because this organization represents democracies and democrators. We are a mishmash of countries that really aim to become democratic and countries that would like to pretend to be democratic. We see facts from completely different corners. And it's not that we see facts from completely different corners in the last several years, but we're talking about similar situations since at least the war in Georgia, the annexation of two of its bits of territories. Therefore, we have to see this as a fact, and continue to try to work to reach consensus and to put the finger into the possibilities of showing who the aggressor is and what we should do with the aggressor. The thing, and I'll stop, is that we have created, since the early 90s, when the CAC was transformed to an organization, we have created all the mechanisms. We have a secretariat, we have an excellent Office of the Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, we have the RFOM, we have the HCNM, and all the other elements that compose the secretariat, including the field missions. We have also the political mechanisms to address many of the challenges. We don't have the power to put these conditions into place. And this is the major challenge that this organization has. And
well, when we turn our conversation to the future, we'll talk about it.
When we'll turn the conversation to the future, we'll talk about it. But the fact is that the organization is looking great in the past. But
well, that's the thing. You know, that is the proposition that would worry me if we are basically concluding that the OSCE has had its golden age, that it mattered at a particular time and place in Europe's history, but it may not matter so much going forward. But we'll get to that in a minute. Ian, I want to bring you in now because, you know, we've heard from Czechoslovakia, we've heard from Albania reflecting on the past. Malta brings its own story to the OSCE. I happen to know Malta as a journalist, partly because, and I'll be very honest with you, in the recent past, Malta has had some issues with free expression and with corruption and the power of powerful business interests over politics and the degree to which that has actually run counter to Malta's commitment to democracy. So I am interested to ask you, for a small nation in Mediterranean Europe, has membership of the OSCE helped Malta chart a course through some difficult and turbulent times?
Thank you, and thank you for your question. Yes, Malta was also a protagonist in this very same hall 50 years ago, when in fact former Prime Minister back then, Dom Mintov, wanted and insisted on partnerships being one of the possibilities for such organization, and having the chapter dedicated for the Mediterranean region.
He was very interested in partnerships with North African countries, I believe.
And insisting that we cannot have peace in Europe if we don't have peace in the Mediterranean. And thankfully that was also then used for other regions. I was pleased to have these 2 days present with us Foreign Minister of Mongolia, for example, and other partners that joined later. Well,
to my question,
to your question, those unfortunate circumstances do happen in all 57 participating states. None of the countries are immune to corruption. None of those countries are immune to lack of freedom of expression, or also to some horrendous criminal acts like the killing of a journalist, which definitely does not reflect the Maltese people and our principles. And that's why justice was and still is on top of our agenda when it comes to the killing of Caruana Galizia, But there's also even more recent relation between Malta and the OSCE. And I'm sure that a lot of people in this room know that Malta was agreed upon on the 11th hour to chair last year. And it was also thanks to my good friend Igli and others convincing me to take over the role and not have the organization die. And I did that not only because I wanted to be in Helsinki to celebrate the 50th anniversary and to have this interview with you, but because I believe that we need OSCE for the next 50 years.
But sorry, you are suggesting to us all that you feel there's been a very real possibility of the death of the OSCE in the last year or two. I mean, let's just be honest about it.
Yes, because one of the rules is that you need to have a chair in office. You can stay at least for some time without a secretary general or with directors of the respective institutions, but the act clearly says that the OSCE cannot function without a chair in office. And of course, whilst Russia is on a full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, and consensus is needed, hence they objected to Estonia, which I'm pretty sure they would have done a great job, and which I'm visiting tomorrow, taking the opportunity. I'm in the region and meet my good friend Margus. And then who else who could do it? Malta is military neutral, but not politically neutral. And I stand here with credibility on Ukraine.
No, that's interesting. So you're basically saying that such is the dysfunction, frankly, of the OSCE right now, caused primarily by the fallout from the Russian aggression against Ukraine, that the institution is really struggling to find ways to operate.
It is struggling.
Yeah. Well, let's leave it there for now, Ian, partly because, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to welcome to the stage. We promised you a little bit of extra drama in this panel. The would he or would he not make it drama? And the answer is visible. He made it. So, Benjamin Haddad, welcome to our panel. Minister Haddad is Minister Delegate for Europe in the French government, so it's terrific to have you on our panel, Benjamin. I'm going to turn to Elina and then to you, if I may. Elina, this is me stereotyping you as a visibly much younger person on this panel, but I'd like a young person's perspective, before we get to the future, just on whether, you know, as you were growing up, and I guess you were mostly growing up in Finland, kind of, Finnish, Ecuadorian, but that's, as a Finn, did you sort of from an early age, you know, feel a sense of pride? Were you told about the importance of Helsinki and the role that Finland played in hosting this sort of process, which, you know, many people would say really was important in building bridges across the divide, the ideological divide during the Cold War era? Did you grow up with a knowledge of this and a caring for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we all know, Finland has an amazing education system, and so we learned a lot about the world, but Finland as well in school. And I think mostly what we really live by these principles in Finland, and I think that's also why when I do my environmental work and advocacy work and campaigning, I prioritize human rights, and that's why I focus fully on making sure that indigenous people's rights can be guaranteed and that indigenous people's sovereignty as well can be guaranteed. And I think when we speak about the sovereignty of nations as in the principles, you know, our fight for our lands and our territories comes from a fight for sovereignty as well.
Right. See, in the past, I guess, the OSCE's commitments to first of all, to sort of conflict resolution by peaceful means, recognition and respect for borders as they stand, recognition of sovereignty. It's all couched in terms of sort of security. And then there's a whole human rights element, but that's, again, sort of couched in terms of the citizens' political rights with regard to their own governments. Less has, in the past, been focused on the collective challenges of things like climate change or technology and its impacts upon the rights of the individual against the corporate as well as the state power. One could also say it's focused less on collective challenges like the mass movement of people. For you, looking at the OSCE past, present and future, do you believe it's going to have to change some of its language and some of its sort of mindset to take on board these challenges that we know we're going to face in the next 50 years?
Of course, that's actually a really interesting question. I think everything changes and adapts to what we have in front of us. And in the past 50 years, as you said, we have a completely different understanding about what climate change is doing. I mean, the ICJ came out with a ruling the other day saying that it is a human right to live in a world that is under 1.5 as we go. But, you know, today we've spoken a lot about human security and what global human security looks like. And I think from where I'm standing, what I can say is that human security is deeply interconnected with the security of the people that we other most of the time. And you know, indigenous peoples make up a very small percentage of the world population, almost 5%. And we are working to protect the largest ecosystems across the world. In where I come from, it happens to be the Amazon rainforest, which we all depend on. And similarly in other parts of the world. And every single person in this room and beyond depend on the human security, the human rights of indigenous peoples. And whether we understand sovereignty as in maintaining the borders or indigenous peoples having sovereignty within the nations that are established within the borders, I think that the guaranteeing of human rights, it's not negotiable.
Okay, that's really important. We'll come back to some of those thoughts because we are going to be casting forward to the future. But Benjamin, I just want to draw you in. You're part of a government which is obviously one of the real powers in the European Union and in Europe. And I just, you know, we've spent time reflecting on the history of the OSCE and its importance in that crucial period, you know, in the mid to late 70s and 80s when there was an effort to establish a dialogue across the ideological sort of Iron Curtain and encourage freedom and freedom of expression, different kinds of freedom in what was a repressive set of societies controlled ultimately by the Soviet Union. It clearly mattered then. What is the French view of the OSCE and its significance today? We've heard about the dysfunction inside the organization. We've heard about all of the problems that the organization has to wrestle with as a result of the Russian invasion of all-out invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Is France losing interest in the OSCE?
Well, that's not how you should interpret the fact that I arrived late on the panel. Not at all. I'm sorry, my plane got a little delayed, but it's very important.
We know, and we thank you very much for making a big effort.
No, it's great to be here. First, it's clear to me that the principles that upheld the creation of the OSCE 50 years ago are still as relevant and urgent today as they were 50 years ago. The interconnection between traditional security, which is the respect of borders and sovereignty, and human security, the respect for human rights and democratic process, political rights within the borders, the connection between the two is clearer than ever. And while we can discuss the functioning of the institution itself, I think, is doing really important work. When you talk about the work on accountability, when you think of election monitoring, when you think of all the work we're doing on security issues like small weapons everywhere across the European continent or Central Asia, the issue is political. It's not first and foremost institutional. It's that you have one country that has chosen to violate the principles upon which not only the OSCE but the UN Charter is founded. It's Russia, with its aggression against Ukraine and its desire to redraw the borders of Europe by force, which is unacceptable on our continent in the 21st century. you also have major powers like the United States. They're turning their back on multilateralism, on the principle of free trade that have underpinned the global prosperity of both sides of the Atlantic for the last 75 years. And we Europeans, and that's the message.
Yeah, but when you say, you talk about these countries as though they're sort of detached from the OSCE or third parties. I mean, these are all members of the institution.
That's precisely what I'm saying, is you have a political challenge on the principles that have underpinned what we've built here at the OSCE. And this is why I think it's more important than ever, beyond the support for Ukraine and its defense against Russian aggression, because also this is the defense of European security against the threat that Russia represents to all of our democracies. The key question is, how do we, in the long run, rethink the European security architecture, and how do Europeans take ownership of the security architecture? This is the case that France has been making for the last 8 years with President Macron, that we're in turbulent geopolitical times. We see conflictuality, we see war, we see the weaponization of economic relations that are being used by other powers. It's more urgent than ever for Europeans to take ownership of the strategic thinking on the security architecture of their own continent, to take ownership, to be part really of the thinking. This goes through what we're doing right now, increasing defense spending and tightening the security and defense relationship between European countries. And I think among the different venues and formats, it goes, of course, through the work here at the OSCE that is more urgent than ever.
Thank you. I now want to think about where we're going, and in essence, a question about where we're going collectively in terms of freedom and democracy. We couch these conversations mostly in terms of states and where political leaderships and nation states are going. But let's just talk about all of us as citizens, because in a funny sort of way, I think we all have to take responsibility as citizens for where we are going in the next 50 years. So here's a question which anybody on the panel, feel free to answer straight off the bat. Do you think if we can talk about collectively us citizens in the nations which make up the OSCE, do you think in our different ways we value and care about freedom and democracy enough? Or do you think we have become deeply complacent about it, and actually what we tend to prioritize are things which aren't necessarily working toward greater freedom and democracy?
Well, maybe they are sometimes taken for granted, and that should not be the worry of our citizens. It should be dealt with by governments, by institutions, by organizations, by the multilateral fora. That's why these were set up. That's why people are paying their taxes, and that's why there are functionaries in each and every system. But
I suppose what I'm getting at is that it could be made, an argument could be made to say that many citizens around the world want strong governance. They want secure borders. They want a brand of nationalism which that makes them, feel secure in their own country. They want a strong economy. They want investment in infrastructure. They want things that aren't, on the face of it, about freedom and democracy. And I just wonder whether, we have to accept that going forward, freedom and democracy isn't necessarily the easy sell that we would like to believe it should be.
But then that's why our societies have leaders, and leaders have to lead. They have to show the way and get the support of their ideas, their ambitions by the public. And it's not necessarily happening today. There's possibly issues that you are seeing, hence your question. It's also true that we have a rainbow of situations across the region of the OSCE.
It's difficult to generalize, of course.
It's difficult to generalize. But we have to also make sure the public is informed about each and every organization, its role, and why was it set up, and hence the OSCE. Non-like-minded, we still have Russia as a member of this organization, but do we really want this organization to be like many others, where we all say the same things, we all believe in the same things? Because the geography is not going to change, and Russia will always be neighbors to Finland, neighbors to other countries, and an important player in the world, whether we like it or not, whether we agree with that.
Ian, I want
politics
to
or
get
not.
as many voices in as possible. So Benjamin, and then Martin, you wanted to say something? Benjamin, go on.
No, absolutely. I think this question on freedom of democracy is one of the preeminent questions of our time. And if there's one thing for sure that we've learned in recent years is that a lot of the things that we took for granted, maybe in the 90s and the 2000s, are not as evident as they used to be. Clearly, our models are being challenged. They're being challenged by ideological adversaries who are using our vulnerabilities, using the interdependencies that we have, using social media to interfere in our democracies, to push out disinformation, to use cyber attacks against our infrastructure. So we should not be naive that the interdependencies that we thought would spread the ideas maybe of freedom and democracy and bring peace and stability are actually sometimes used against our models. So we have to be able to defend ourselves. But the second issue is that, as Ian just said, they're also being challenged internally in our democracies because we're facing, I think, everywhere in big democracies, a crisis of political decision. And on a lot of issues that are so complex, if we're talking about tackling climate change, if we're talking about bringing security and prosperity, if we're talking about tackling illegal migration, which is a big demand from our populations everywhere, there's no easy fix. And there's certainly no nationalist solution. The problem is that a lot of these extremely complex issues demand precisely multilateral cooperation. They demand instruments that are built over time. And if you think about migration, all the work that we're doing at the level of the European Union with the Migration Pact, with reinforcing the external instruments of the European Union, it's not a soundbite. It's actually instruments that demand resources and cooperation at the European level and efforts precisely to get results. But there's a strong demand, and it's a challenge for us to show that democracies can deliver on the demands of their citizens and answer this legitimate demand for political decision.
But if there are, as you suggested in that answer, enemies of freedom and democracy that are working to undermine those core principles which underpin Helsinki and the whole OSCE idea, those enemies are within. Let us be honest in this room. I mean, I don't know if we have delegates from Russia in the hall right now, but I suspect one of the enemies you're talking about is an enemy in the Kremlin, in Moscow. And so if we're looking into the future of the OSCE and what that future is going to look like, if there are enemies within, surely at some point you're going to have to turn around and say, we can't operate like this. I know you were talking about inclusivity and we can't deny our geography and we have to work with people from all over our space. But ultimately, if there are people who are absolutely working toward a different ideological outcome, don't you at some point have to say, you can't be part of this club? This is not functional. We have to reassess the way in which the OSCE works. You may.
I'll follow what Jan was saying, and he's right that the whole configuration of the OSCE is such that we have to understand that it's a composition of not only non-like-minded countries, but not only democracies.
But actual enemies?
Yes.
So what's the meaning of an organization which includes within it people who want to destroy its idea?
Because all the participating states of this organization have committed to some rules and regulations and some international law.
But they're in total violation.
Therefore, we have to call them enemies, because they're violating also the principles that they signed themselves to be part of it. If you have a document that is the most inspiring piece of policy that has been written during the fall of the Berlin Wall, is the Paris Charter for New Europe. And these countries and Russia in primis, committed to it. Therefore, it has to oblige to what it decided to do.
But you say it has to, it must, it's compelled to, but it's clearly not.
And
so
let's continue to work with them.
I'm sorry?
Let's continue to work with them.
Well, but there's nothing to work with at the moment. I mean, they're not listening. They're continuing a policy which, as you've said, is in total violation of all of the values that are represented by the...
But the organization is called Security and Cooperation, and if we don't talk about security and if we don't talk about cooperation, there is nothing in between, and then it's the organization in Europe that does nothing. And it has to continue to do something. And we have to work on security and cooperation. Without it, it's useless. Then we are probably a club of fishermen that is delivering nothing. I'm pretty sure that there are difficult moments where we have to continue our pressure, continue to respond, and continue to put the finger on who's the aggressor and what should be done against.
Okay. Martin, we really enjoyed hearing your perspective of the early days. So now look forward for me. What do you think the future of the OSCE is?
I think that the most important element is some sort of capability of OSCE to accept and reflect on and transform new things. It was not about status quo only, as maybe Brezhnev thought in the very beginning, peaceful relations between states with different social political systems. But process turned out to be much stronger. What is my deep surprise and admiration, I saw a colleague from Malta, we never thought that a small country like Malta could play such an important role in the process, and that perspective, Mediterranean perspective of Malta can be, I would say, not distraction, not just something that we need to live with because we were other questions. We need to be prepared for new questions. We have principle of subsidiarity on the one side and interdependence on the other. And I think that I don't know any other institutional framework that can be so creative, combining different inputs than OSCE. And for me, now I'm an educator, I think that story of Helsinki process started 50 years ago till today should be inspiration for those who are focused on the future, not just only repeat what happened in the history. So I would be very, I would say, supportive and encouraging projects like fund for next 50 years, because education is
Well, I think that's interesting. Elina, I want to bring you in. I think this is me giving my opinion. I'm a journalist. I shouldn't really do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. It just seems to me that the Helsinki Final Act and the whole sort of Helsinki spirit, Helsinki sort of process seemed very meaningful and relevant in the late 80s, well, in the entire period from 1975 onwards. You know, that it was an easy thing for people, just ordinary folk, to understand that there'd been this clear laying out of principles which could cross borders, which could engage both the free, so-called free world and the unfree world that was under the Soviet system, and that there could be a dialogue across the Iron Curtain, and that people could aspire to sort of create societies that had more freedom, more free expression, more, of the rule of law, the independent judiciary, all of the guarantees of rights, and respect borders, and try and seek to end conflict peacefully rather than through violent means. I think that really resonated. How are we going to create a set of ideas that will resonate over the next 50 years? Do they have to be different kinds of ideas? Do they have to engage with the things you really care about? Climate, combating the urgent climate change problem, addressing social and economic justice across the world, including for indigenous peoples. Do we have to reframe what really matters to make it relevant for the future?
Well, I think what really matters has been so extremely politicized. Like, human rights are up for debate, or the importance of, combating climate change is up for debate. And ultimately, we've let that become a political topic when it should be something that we fundamentally agree on and work towards. And we see the rise of totalitarian governments and regimes all over the world. And we've been witnessing them from, throughout my lifetime. And I know most people in this room had a completely different prospect on what the future or the world that they would live in would look like in comparison to people that are my age. And for that reason, I think, well, first of all, we need to bring that back. I think we can't leave it as something that was important in the 90s, and now, yes, we need to be different about how we go about it. And I think that actually lays in the hands of leaders and people in decision-making positions who, because it's so easy to just let it slip. It's so easy to say, well, climate change is kind of a problem that we'll deal with after, and I'm not going to talk about it because then no one will vote for me, and and so forth.
Not just climate change. I was very struck in an earlier panel by the passionate words about economic inequality and the degree to which maybe you can't really have genuine freedom and democracy when there are a tiny number of people at the top who are worth gazillions and gabillions, and a huge number of people deeply disadvantaged at the bottom who have virtually nothing and feel utterly outside and excluded from the so-called democratic society they live in. Maybe just talking the old talk about freedom and democracy won't work in the future.
I think a freedom and a democracy that is based on an economic system that is, maintains the status quo and maintains the concentration of power for the same people. It's not going to work, and that's ultimately what has led us to this moment. And if we're going to be true defenders of democratic values and human rights and everything that the principles stand for, we need to catch our societies once it starts going wrong. And I think we are too late to notice. We're too late to speak up about what happens. I mean, we have, and it's not been spoken about enough today here either, but we've been witnessing a genocide for 2 years, and it's taken 2 years for most people to speak about it. It's taken 2 years for European countries that claim to defend democratic values and human rights to finally actually use their leverage, political and economic leverage, to speak about the atrocities that are happening. And we are all obviously supportive of Ukraine, and we can speak about it freely. But we are so afraid to name Israel, for example. And I think...
And the truth is that the membership of the OSCE is not united, and will, not all of them would echo your clear statements about, for example, a genocide. There isn't.
And I think that's exactly where we are failing, because if we aren't able to recognize and put word to the most horrific things that are happening right in front of our eyes, then what democratic values are we speaking on?
No, I think it's a really important point, and that's the challenge going forward. The challenge going forward, I think, is to make sense of this organization with all of its different, geographical origin, its different current political situations, to find a coherence going forward, a set of messages that make sense, that seem to find common ground in this diffuse membership. I think it's a real problem. One question, and this is going to be the end question, it's not mine, it's come from the audience. What is the OSCE going to look like in 20 years? Well, we were talking 50 years spans, but let's say 20 years, because that's maybe more imaginable. What is the OSCE going to look like in 20 years? How can participating states support the OSCE in raising its profile and communicating its value? I guess we've all been trying to address that, how you make it relevant going forward. But quickly from all of you, and it's got to be quick, your vision of what it's going to look like in 20 years, starting with you, Benjamin.
Yeah, well, first, on the second question, I think we should communicate on what the organization is already doing today in terms of cooperation, in terms of security, in terms of election monitoring, because it is doing and delivering a lot on our continent. But on the second question, as I said earlier, I do think, right now you are in a system where a lot of the rules, a lot of the space for cooperation that we shaped after the end of the Cold War for the security of Europe has been dismantled. And we need to rebuild this. And Europeans need to take a leading role in rebuilding this and reshaping this and modernizing the principles that I think are still very relevant, that were at the heart of what this organization was built upon 50 years ago. You don't doubt the OSCE will still exist in 20 years? I think it will still exist. The question is how relevant, how important will that be? And clearly that depends on member states respecting the rules, and Igli talked about security and cooperation, and Russia right now violating these principles, and on us then reshaping both the organization and the principles to make sure that we can take ownership of our own security. Martin?
I think that the most important lesson of OSCE is old wisdom of scholastics, distinguere et non separare. We need to make a distinction between question between baskets, but we cannot separate them. Peace and security, economic cooperation, and human dimension are connected together. We need to take distinctiveness too into consideration, but separation is not a good thing. 20 years from now, I hope that Russia will be back in the system. I'm not supporting Putin's Russia at all, but I am supporting other Russia, because there are other Russians maybe in the same situation as Chartists were in our time, trying to bring them to find their place in the international table. Yeah. And I think it's extremely important.
I think that's a really good thought. And let's face it, in 1975, nobody could have foreseen what happened in 1989. So maybe in 2025, we can't foresee quite what Russia and the world will look like in 2050. I mean, we don't know. We just don't.
We don't know.
No. Helena?
I think if it's going to move forward and be successful, we cannot be desensitized to the fall of democratic values and the protection of human rights, which I think at this point many of the member states and beyond cannot truly say and stand by. And it's really up to if we're going to talk about these principles and promote them, then we need to live up to them. And as I said, Gaza is the most horrific example of how that has not been done, but it's constantly occurring both within Europe and beyond, and maybe in a smaller scale, but that's what I'm talking about, needs to be caught in time. And hopefully, there was a question in the beginning which said, were you alive when, and then I had my friend next to me and I thought, how many people in this room do you think are going to be alive in 50 years and not 50 years ago?
Yeah.
And
it's an important
which means
thought.
that my generation is going to be the recipients of the legacy that is left behind from
and your generation right now,
these principles.
Before most of you get to positions of power, need to be doing the activism, expressing your voice in a way that makes the leaders on this panel and far beyond appreciate what you regard as the important issues that underpin genuine freedom, respect for human rights across the world. Igli, you need to be listening. Well, people like you, Igli, need to be listening to this generation.
I think we all have a duty and a responsibility to meet up in our every individual roles.
Right. Now, I'm naughty because we've run out of time. Igli, very briefly, your thoughts on 20 years or 25 years from now?
Let me say something regarding youth. The organization has been constantly doing great projects involving youth with all its field missions and operations. And it has been a constant trend for the last 2-3 decades, for all the existence of the missions and operations that the OSCE has. And this is the most important thing, because statistically, probably youth might be 1/3 of the population, but it's 100% of the future.
That's right.
And what will the OSCE look in 20 years? I think we are in the crossroads of the crossroads, to be seen as a mausoleum of the past or a lively shop with many good products that it already has. And I'm happy that the leadership of the organization came back, and at least we don't speak rubbish to one another, but we speak also to them. We have to bring hope. We have to communicate better, and we have to make the best use of the tools that this excellent mechanism has created. How? But by not closing ourselves into bubbles and not preaching the converted. We have to reach out more, we have to discuss more, and I'm really happy to see that there is a perfect combination of another mechanism called Troika that includes the past of last year, the current chair, Finland, and Switzerland that is preparing for next year. It is on them to bring the political vision on how to help this organization move forward, and I'm pretty sure there are many people in this room that are not only more than happy to support, but also able to adapt many of the questions that we are facing. We are blocked.
Blocked.
Therefore, we need political vision that should make things move.
Yeah, Ian, he's pointing to you to help unblock.
He's a foreign minister himself as well, it's impossible to foresee what will happen in 20, 30, 50 years from now. But I've seen a lot of dedication, notwithstanding the challenges the organization is facing, in all those officers and officials in Vienna, in Southeast Europe, in the South Caucasus, in Central Asia, and I think that we have to do whatever it takes to make it work. Malta did its part, and what I can commit is that in 20 years' time, as a country, we will still be committed to have this organization delivering for our people.
Yeah, well, that commitment is really important. We thank you for that. It strikes me that in 20 years' time, if we renew this debate in Helsinki, I might just about still be here, but 50 years from now, it's extremely unlikely I'll be here. But ladies and gentlemen, I have to shut up now and thank my panel very much, but more importantly, I hope you can thank them very much too. So panel, thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Mikko. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen, for excellent moderation, and thank you for a great panel. One more round of applause, please. And next, we have a session called Principles in Action, the OSCE's impact and also launch of the Helsinki+50 Fund. For this session, I first invite to the stage our moderator, Ms. Makkonen, and also Director of OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, Ms. Maria Telalian, OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, Ambassador Jan Bratu, and OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, Ambassador Christoph Kamp. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mikko, and welcome, dear panelists. It's time to talk about principles in action, the real impact of the OSCE. So let's talk about the concrete work that you do. I'm actually going to get behind the table as well so that I can see you better. Let's start with you, Director Telalian. You're the director of the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. And we have today heard, and obviously we already know, that democracy and human rights are in a tight spot. And we've also heard a lot of criticism when it comes to the work of the OSCE. But what is your office really doing? What's the concrete work that you can, the results that you can tell us about?
Thank you very much. This is actually a very good question. We heard this morning, and we know what is going on across the OSCE region. There is a rising violation of human rights. There is a shrinking space for civil society. Parliaments adopt laws which are not so transparent. Consultations are not carried out when adopting these laws. We see that hate crimes are on the rise. We see intolerance against minority communities. And we see also that elections are controlled by states rather than being non-controversial. Well, all these are challenges that we have to face with. What are our tools? What do we do? What is our role? This is a good question. In 5 minutes, of course, it's difficult for me to explain what exactly we do.
And even shorter, actually.
Even shorter, exactly. But we have a very broad mandate, a very important broad mandate, which is mainly to bring over 30 years of experience, of practice to member states in order to support them, to support democratic processes, to make better the democratic processes in various countries, to help to assist states to implement their commitments, the rule of law, integrity of their elections, to safeguard human rights and fundamental principles, and to make societies more tolerant and without the fear of discrimination. So, technical assistance, as I said, is our main tool. How we do that? I mean, to give you a few examples, for instance, we provide help to parliaments, to national parliaments, to do better laws, to make more democratic laws. We advise ministries, for instance.
How happy are you with the results that you achieve?
It's not a question of being happy. It's a question how we reach out to states. And this is done through a dialogue, a constant dialogue. Because democracy is not, something that we can achieve without this kind of dialogue. And I can see that states respond, the majority of states respond. There are, of course, some exceptions, and there we focus more on how to approach them, how to convince them to accept our tools, our assistance, our reports, because we make assessments, as you know, impartial and non-politicized assessments. This is the beauty of ODIHR, actually. We are not a political body. We try to convince governments and states that they have to uphold their commitments. And we do that in a non-politicized way with our tools. Now, the problem is that in order to be able to engage with states themselves should give us access. This is the most important issue right now. Because as we see, there are a reluctance on behalf of some states to give access, to have political will to cooperate with us. So it's not a question of institutions more, but it's more the political will that is lacking. So without access, we cannot provide help to states. As you understand right now, we are facing restrictions when it comes to our observation missions, election observation missions. We see a tendency to silence the civil society. And all these questions, the freedom fighters, for instance, peaceful assemblies are being controlled by police violence, excessive use of force. All of these issues can lead to tensions, and they can lead also to unrest in OSCE region, and eventually they can harm the collective security that we are so keen about it. And this is part of the OSCE actually objective, security in our region. But let me say that we try to tailor our assessments and our proposals to states, to the national context, which means that we do not apply one-size-fits-all approach. This is very important. At the same time, we don't like to be critics. We don't criticize states, but we are partners with states, and this has to be understood. This is our important tool to convince states that it is in their interest to comply with their commitments. Otherwise, commitments stay on paper, as you understand, and this is actually what we're trying to convince them.
let me turn to Ambassador Broto. You're the representative on freedom of the media. There are many organizations working towards the same goal. What makes the OSCE needed when it comes to freedom of the media?
Indeed, there are many organizations and they are our partners, and we work very closely with them. But what makes the OSCE representative on the freedom of the media unique is that we have a mandate that was agreed by 57 participating states. Now, in the Helsinki Final Act, media freedom issues were certainly part of the Final Act. In 1997, participating states understood that media freedoms were under pressure, and they decided to create the mandate for the representative on freedom of the media, which is the mandate that I currently hold. That mandate was adopted by consensus by 57 participating states, and it puts the work on defending the principles for media freedom, freedom of expression, safety of journalists, within an intergovernmental organization in a multilateral context where the participating states have committed to cooperating with the representative on freedom of the media. The position itself, the mandate itself, is held at ministerial level, which is intended to give direct contact to the line ministers, to the foreign ministers of participating states whenever we believe that media freedoms are somehow being not fully respected. This is a difference between civil society organizations, which generally have public advocacy as their main tool. I am directed by my mandate to observe media developments in all 57 participating states, to react when we see that media freedoms and other commitments related to that are not being fully applied, and to do so in a form of an early warning function. But my mandate also instructs me that I should engage with the participating state in question, I should assess the facts, and I should propose suggestions for addressing the issues and resolving the issues at hand. So it's not just about speaking up, it is that, but it's also about proposing solutions to make things better. And that's what we are trying to do.
When you hear people say that the OSCE is just a talking shop, they say it in a very critical manner, what's your reaction?
Well, we have to talk, and this is what dialogue is all about. And actually, it's what diplomacy is all about. We have to speak with each other. And as one of the speakers said this morning, actually, I believe it was Secretary General himself, who said we also have to listen to each other. And we have to engage. We have difficult conversations on, in my case, media freedom-related issues, safety of journalist issues. These discussions are not easy, but we have to engage and we have to try to convince the governments in question that it is in their best interests for many of the reasons that Maria was actually mentioning, because I certainly firmly believe that there is no security without media freedom, and there is no democracy without media freedom. These things are co-joined, and we have to understand that if we see that media freedoms are under attack, it's the proverbial canary in the coal mine of democracy. It tells us that something is going wrong, because without freedom of the media, we cannot really have a fully fledged democracy with participation of well-informed citizens.
Thank you. And High Commissioner Kamp, you and your office, you get involved when there are tensions involving national minorities which could develop into conflict. How do you see your impact? Are you there to intervene? What can you do?
Well, thank you very much. The Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities was created in the early 1990s as a response of the outbreak of the Yugoslav War, former Yugoslav War, when the CSCE countries at the time asked themselves, what could we have done to prevent this from happening? I think my predecessors, and what I try to continue to this day, is to actively engage with countries which have recognized that they have diversity issues related to national minorities. and to act in an advisory capacity, looking at the commitments, looking at the legitimate concerns participating states have, security concerns, but also looking at the legitimate interest national minority communities have, and how to bring these two agendas together. It's an ongoing process. It's not something with quick fixes and immediate results. We deal with legislators, with legislation, with policy. We work with schools of multilingual education, and we see that children who are capable of or able to also have language of instruction in their own language manage to finish schools faster. So we see some practical results, but these are processes over years. It's about capacity building. It's about bringing experiences from one country to other countries, which is, I think, also a very important role of the OSCE. We try to pool resources. We try to bring people together. And of course, there's always more to be done, but I feel that the countries with which I work are generally willing to engage and have the conversation.
Thank you. And let's invite our Foreign Minister Elina Valtonen on the stage, please, and also the Secretary General of the OSCE, Ambassador Sinirlioğlu, please join us. And I will actually give the floor to you, Madam Foreign Minister.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends. As I mentioned in my opening speech, anniversaries are moments for reflection, but also for renewal. We must act now to make the OSCE more functional and more resilient for the future. To this end, we have established the Helsinki+50 Fund to strengthen the OSCE's ability to deliver on its core mandate, based on the OSCE principles. As has been clearly demonstrated throughout this day, the world would be a worse place without the Helsinki principles. Everything we do should work towards the liberty, freedom, and the security of citizens. With the Helsinki+50 Fund, we want to enhance the OSCE's capacity to achieve exactly that. The fund will improve the crucial link between principles, priorities, and programming. As of today, 16 countries have joined the fund, contributing a total of 16.5 million euros. You can see the flags of these countries displayed on the screen. We are so very grateful to each and every one for your pledges. And this is just the beginning. With these partners on board, and I'm confident that more will follow, the fund will realize its full potential and help steer the OSCE to work more strategically. I would also like to express my gratitude to the OSCE Secretariat and autonomous institutions for their invaluable support in setting up the fund. With this, I am pleased to officially declare the Helsinki+50 Fund launched.
Mr. Secretary General, I have one question for you. Will this fund support your work on the ground, and how?
Thank you for the question. I thank the Chairperson-in-Office, Minister Valtonen, dear Elina, who first talked about establishing a Helsinki+50 fund when we met here in Helsinki in January. Our respective teams worked closely to get to this point, and I am happy to join the launching of this innovative initiative today. This is a step in the right direction, allowing states to provide resources to the OSCE in a more flexible way. It is the first attempt to try to rationalize and streamline our extra budgetary resources. The fund aims to provide flexibility and agility to respond to the needs of beneficiaries, as well as help pool resources with strategic and long-term objectives in mind. Ultimately, it makes donations easier for participating states, who can now operate at a more strategic level and choose what areas of work or what executive structures they want to support with extra budgetary contributions instead of every single little project. It also streamlines governance and relations with donors by setting up an annual meeting. This can be a useful tool to coordinate, report, and exchange views on programmatic work. And it opens the door for further streamlining our own procedures and structures internally when it comes to extra budgetary funding. I am ready to support these objectives and to make this funding framework a success for all participating states and the organization at large. I thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's time for Mikko to come back on stage, and we can leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Katri, and thank you, everybody. How wonderful that we have now launched the Helsinki +50 Fund. We look forward to seeing it being a very successful initiative, and we of course encourage all OSCE countries to join the fund. Before closing off this conference, I once again ask you, yes, that's right, to scan the QR code. We, the organizers of this conference, want to make sure that in our work going forward, we highlight the most important takeaways of this conference. We will use some AI tools for that, but we also want your input. So please use that code and give us your input. Thank you very much for your active participation. And now, it is time to reveal the results of the very first poll we had earlier today. And as you remember, the question was, were you alive when the Helsinki Final Act was signed 1st of August, 1975? And I have the results. We got none less than 538 replies. Thank you very much. And according to those, 60% of us here today or online are younger than the Helsinki Final Act. So we're born later than 1st of August, 1975. So let's give a round of applause to everybody who's younger or older than the Helsinki Final Act. Thank you. And now we are ready to move on to the final part of our official program today, the closing of the conference. And for that purpose, I want to invite to the stage one last time OSCE Chairperson-in-Office, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland, Ms. Elina Valtonen, for closing remarks. Please, Minister Valtonen, once more, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a truly remarkable day. Today we've had the opportunity to reflect on the legacy of the Helsinki Final Act and to discuss how we can strengthen the security and the freedom of our societies. We have envisioned the future of the OSCE in the presence of over 1,000 participants from the OSCE region, of whom apparently 60% are younger than 50 years, representing governments, civil society, academia, international organizations, and the private sector. I am so grateful for your engagement. Let me thank all speakers, panelists, and moderators for sharing their expertise and insights. Today's deliberations have shown that the Helsinki Final Act is not a relic of the past, but continues to form the foundation of the European security order. The jointly agreed Helsinki principles are not negotiable. They are not void, even when violated by some. I would summarize my key takeaways from these discussions as follows. First, we need a vision. And we need to start building OSCE 2.0. Since the signing of the Helsinki Final Act in 1975, the world has changed significantly. The overall scorecard is positive. But at the same time, as societies are challenged by new threats, such as those deriving from malign and hybrid activities, climate change or disinformation. Meanwhile, old threats persists. Due to Russia, a spiral of arms racing has restarted and democracy is challenged in many countries. At a time when the foundations of international cooperation are being tested by conflict, mistrust, and unilateral actions, we need multilateral cooperation. Cooperation that respects international law and the UN Charter, and it is precisely here that the OSCE has an important role to play. Second takeaway, we need to engage everyone in this discussion. Governments alone cannot create a vision that meets the expectations and needs of society as a whole. Civil society actors are essential partners for governments in many respects. They help shape policies and actions. They act as drivers of societal change. They hold governments accountable. Here, the role of youth is especially essential. Yesterday, I received recommendations from young participants of the OSCE Chairpersonship Youth Forum. I was humbled to witness such thoughtful, passionate, and forward-looking ideas come together. Third, we need means to put visions into action. Today, we have launched the Helsinki+50 Fund, which will support the OSCE in delivering effectively on its key mandate. In addition to the fund, we must consider ways to strengthen the work of the organization. Getting the budget approved remains a priority, and we are working hard to making this happen. As Chairperson-in-Office, I leave this gathering with both humility and resolve. Humility in recognizing the scale of our challenges, and resolve in the knowledge that we can make a difference if we take responsibility for the future and stand united against violations of the principles we hold dear. Let us carry forward the momentum of this anniversary. Let us make sure that the OSCE remains a guardian of the principles that gave birth to it. I look forward to continuing discussions to this end. I thank you all once again for your active participation and dedication. And let me also thank our chairpersonship team for organizing this memorable conference. They are a fantastic team. Thank you so much, everyone, and go and enjoy warm Helsinki.
Thank you, Minister Valtonen, for your remarks and for your dedication with hosting this conference. I thank you all, our audience, for being with us today, and special thanks to all our viewers online. And this concludes the official program of our conference. I now invite all of you to a reception right outside the main hall. But before that, one last thing. In about 1 hour at 6 p.m. sharp, I hope to see many of you back here in the main hall as we will be screening a documentary film called The Helsinki Effect. The film concentrates on the signing of the Helsinki Final Act, the process behind it, and the change it inspired. Before the film, we will be able to hear from the film's director, Mr. Arthur Frank. I have personally seen the film myself and strongly recommend everyone to see it. It is not only informative, but very entertaining. Thank you, and enjoy the reception.